Live now. Oh, I should probably say that I'm streaming in my Discord status. Or else no one will know. I don't know if you know about Coquette Dragoon. It is something that faded to the background for us for a while. Mostly because last year we started playing it, right? And wait, what happened on that screen? There we go. Coquette Dragoon is a work for adults only and contains strong themes, graphic violence, depictions of disordered eating, abuse, drug use, self-harm, nudity, and something else. I think it's a good music. Sorry, I'm still doing the I'm an indie VTuber having to do everything myself-ness. And having a stream spontaneously, especially for someone as anxious as us, is not really a spontaneous act because I've been trying to do this since yesterday. If you believe it. Oh my god, I knew there was a TM button on my keyboard. That's so cool. Gosh, I don't know if anyone's seen Inside Out 2, but I really identify with anxiety, like as a person. And then, you know, I saw Inside Out 2 fan art that paired anxiety with happiness, and I was just like, oh, I needed this all my life. This is a ship of the century. Super anxious person with a person who's like just genuinely joyous. I say it as if I am outside either of those two mandates. Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm naturally joyous, but it does come as a habit. Anxiety and happiness can be close together. Kind of like how sativa can make you think real good, but also can give you an anxiety attack if you're that sort of person. Or if you have too much. Okay. I can't super chew gum and walk at the same time, so it was hard to type and talk. But hey, shaking like a leaf. And if you're wondering why I'm streaming on YouTube, well, I just don't want to take any chances. I don't want to have to take any chances. Because there was some reiteration of rules on, what's it called? There was a reiteration? Twitch decided to clarify some rules lately. Some about female presenting bare hips, and also about lowly shielded characters in any sort of sexualized conversations or contexts, whether it be characters in a game like VR Chat, or whether it be VTubers and their own avatar, even if the avatar is being controlled by an adult, like myself. I'm such an adult, as you all know. And this has happened before. They've been more specific. We will continue to do our thing, but we will probably start doing some After Dark streams I don't necessarily consider this one of them, but with Volume 2 apparently escalating in the not safe for work themes and imagery, the dev kind of ongoingly kind of had that in the back of our head when they first released, or at least when they first released it in game form, because it used to be a comic. It was originally going to be a comic. We've been actually following Coquette Dragoon for a long time, which is really weird because we don't have a super strong what's it called, parasocial relationship with the developer, but we do have one with the work itself, or the idea of the work itself. Because even when we were in like really dire straits, when we were like between being housed and not housed, or like generally not housed, or struggling in certain ways, we did, because games are a special interest, go back to thinking about video games. And sometimes, especially when we didn't have access to play video games, we scroll and look at all the games we'd want to play. And as much as we complain about our current situation, compared to before we became a streamer, our gaming life is so bright and vibrant. We play way more games now, way different types of games, games that challenge us, games that we're technically playing publicly that we would never dream sharing with people before, let alone talking about them extensively and bearing our soul about them. We have friends that sometimes gift us games, and we sometimes get keys from developers. I mean, the only reason we want 4 games is generally because there's so many games thrown in our direction, in our purview, really our own fault technically, that it can get really overwhelming, and we like want too many games. Also capitalism, also I guess we technically have a gambling addiction, or is susceptible to a gambling addiction, but we kind of ride the line. Like with gachas and stuff, we don't usually play them for long stints. Even Warframe, we usually have like a sunsetting period where we're not really playing it, and we put it into the background, because if we get too invested, we won't spend so much more money. And generally, we haven't had a problem with gacha games in that way. But general game spending, especially with like places like Steam, where it's like, oh, this game is on sale, and this game is on sale, like constantly being bombarded, especially if you have a large wish list, with sales and events and stuff, and especially if you're trying to like support indie devs, and you see like something I also am really thankful for, a bunch of demos. The availability that we have to video games has increased, like, it feels like times 1,000 since basically when the Switch came out, was like our weird sort of like adult bronze age of games, because it's like, you know, like, oh, I dropped out of college, and you know, I might be able to succeed at my dreams, at least I'm in LA, and it's like, wow, video games are still so cool. Whoa, there's a home there's a home Nintendo console you can take outside? Oh my gosh, I got one day one, staying in the crowd. Oh my gosh, I won't be able to eat for a week unless someone gives me food, but it's okay, it's video games. I love video games. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on about myself for so long, but we have a history of prioritizing video games in our life, so it only made sense that we would work in video games in some way. And Coquette Dragoon has been something that we really like the idea of for a long time, so we always like kind of poked in, and it was before we really had any sort of budget for exploring games, especially games that like we didn't know too far ahead. Like when you're playing mostly like AAA console stuff, it's easy to fall into the habit of only buying games in like series that like you know, and you know are what you're very used to. I mean, we're the type of gamer that will make fun of someone who buys Madden every year, But if we could poke back at our childhood backlog and change some of the games, or nudge our past self to play different games, we definitely encourage them to play the yearly Pokemon release, actually. And that's such a weird thing to say, but we all get into habits. And Coquette Dragoon was like, kind of represented to us like, oh my god, this is like such an interesting concept, and it combines all the things that we really would want to do in our art. Want something that's inspired by some of our favorite anime, like Evangelion. It's something very psychological and reflects, like, you know, living in a really fucked up world and trying to make sense of it, and being a stunted kid in an adult's body, right? Something with age play in it, diapers, something we love, you know, that sort of thing. Furries, in a video game. I mean, it didn't have to be a visual novel, but like the concept in and of itself was really cool. In the same way that like we get excited about anyone who wants to create a thing that is kind of heavily inspired by a thing, but they're doing it in their own way, or it's like, oh, I really wish Doctor Who leaned into the multitude stuff, and it's like someone who comes up with something that's obviously ripped off of Doctor Who but goes in a super like multiplicity direction. I'd eat that shit up. I really like what artists can take inspirations and where they end up. And Coquette Dragoon definitely captured our imagination. We've been playing it for a couple of years now, so you know, as much as I was speaking romantically of it, it's definitely like less like it's real. It's not just in our head anymore. But at the time we first found it, it was still, I think, only going to be a comic. And now to think of where it was to how it is now, and also like the reception that it has, because just like how we want our work to be, this gets around, and this gets around in spaces that aren't just like baby birds, for example, you know? I don't know. I'm really proud of it. What else do I want to say? Oh, right. I'm playing this today, actually, because even though I had suppressed the Coquette Dragoon brainworms, they were turned back on by Big Sis, because we're just laying in my bed one day, and she's like, could you put Coquette Dragoon on my phone? And it's like, what? Yeah, you and my other partner have been talking about it, and I know you really like it. I hear it's good. I'll read it, and I'm more likely to read it on my phone. And you're like, word. And we did. And wow. She read all that is available within a week, maybe? And from what she was saying from the chapter 4, like what is available to read from chapter 4, like it was incredibly hard hitting and like really good. I mean, she had a generally positive view of it beforehand, but it was such a fucking like, it was a little bit validating, because it was like, oh, it's something that I like and that I recommend it, and she likes it a lot. But also, like, on like a really, I guess, like, to get into the weeds of my thinking, there are certain things that I don't tend to expect my partner to be really, really into. She's fine with me liking all the shit I like, but, and of course, you know, like, oh, healthy relationship. But, sometimes we get embarrassed because we like stuff that's like really pervy, and it's not as though she doesn't like really pervy things sometimes, but like when it's like a video game, especially like a video game story, for example, like sometimes she feels like a lot of fan service is unnecessary. Like, she's completely turned off by the Hyper Dimension Neptunia games, for example. I will eat them. I will swallow them whole. Right? But the game's not my girlfriend. My point is that especially for someone who, as far as we know, hasn't been hit hard by a video game story in a decent bit, especially since Dragon's Dogma 2 was kind of mid. It spoke volumes because Big Sis was also the person who got us into Berserk, which is going to be the subject of our next tattoo. So please understand that we hold our opinion in very, very high regard, despite us sometimes pouting about the stuff that we are incompatible in liking, or at least that it's kind of hard to get her to actually try. So when she jumped in on Coquette Dragoon and liked it, I'm just like, God, I better get on this train before it ends. Oh my God, you're in chat. Hi! Death is preferable to surrender. Their method is parasitic infection, not metamorphosis. What? A coquette is a flirtatious woman, or a flirtatious femme. I heard piss and came running, lol. Hey Evie! Will I need to know anything to understand this? If you... I don't want to say if you have media literacy, because it's not about media literacy. We personally don't really struggle a lot with jumping into something in the middle, because this game has like is based in chapters. I mean, kind of like how we've been playing Higurashi, right? But all the chapters aren't done. It's technically an early access, and there's like it's a seasonal thing or like an episodic thing. And I'm about to play the preview of chapter 4, so you won't understand everything. But I think the writing is good enough that you'll be able to catch on to stuff. If you end up really liking it, feel free to go away and buy the game if you can, and play it yourself if you don't want spoilers. I personally think that sometimes it can be cool to get a snapshot of something. I mean, we do have previous streams of our other plays of it, and the hours it totals is like 8 hours, because I think it took like 2 hours for us to voice act chapter 1, and then chapter 2 was like 2 hours, and then chapter 3 was 6 hours for some reason. So that's actually 9 hours. So it's actually a lot of content. It'll probably be 5 or 6 hours of reading if you're just reading it. So I guess that is your informed. That now you can make an informed decision. I hope that I can do that for you. We gotta love some horrific military dystopia and piss. Oh fuck, I recognize this game. Yeah, you should, because this game is peak fiction. Alright. Yeah. Expect lots of troubling things as well. This is very much going to be trauma, there's trauma all around this. And I'm hoping to see some really awesome inciting incidents, because the first 3 chapters have really set up a lot of stuff, so I'm assuming we're gonna start seeing stuff kind of come to a head. Because although there's been a lot of emotionally impactful scenes, there hasn't been a lot of, and there's been plenty of angst, there hasn't been a lot of death. And there hasn't been a lot of direct conflict, more alluding to it, other than in the first chapter, basically. And One Kingdom has basically a secret op that's gonna go on to hopefully to probably kidnap a pilot from the other side. I guess to give you any information in advance, if you haven't played this or seen this before, know that there's like a forever war going on between two different types of like future civilizations. One that lives on a planet and has a magical kind of church state, like think like royalty type stuff, but they say they're gods or descendant from gods, and their mechs are powered by magic, and they have special powers. Versus like this giant civilization that lives on a spaceship, and their mechs are like machine powered, but like the technology is not fully known by the public. Wonder what that's about. But it literally like shoves information and expertise into people's heads. Also, if you don't have a certain like psychic score, you will not be able to pilot it. You might actually die. But people, and it doesn't have any, that score doesn't really have correlation to other abilities as far as we know. And so their society is really weird and has some militaristic, nationalist hero worship. So like Korea or America, I think is a good way to think about them. But the duchy, the Magic Kingdom, I guess, is more like European coded, I would say. Alright, I'm just gonna jump into it. So like a regular monarchy? Oh no. The magic is real. It is real. They can actually back it up, and they're not figureheads. Well, at least not the ones at the top. It's like it's like old school monarchy. They have like lords and stuff. It's like super queer. I felt like going to the first scene of chapter 3 and watching the launch sequence is a great way to understand the setting. Oh, that's a good idea. Wait, that's a glossary. Wait, I'm not on a break. I'm a pilot of the Lilac Navy. If you're reading this, I'm unable to communicate due to injury or equipment damage. I am separated from my craft or has been destroyed. A citizen of the Lilac Fleet. Failure to assist me is a criminal offense. If you're a member of a neutral territory, please give me aid and take me to the nearest Lilac Fleet post. You'll be rewarded generously. Oh wait, I thought... That's weird. I thought the sequence was gonna... She's putting on her suit. Okay, now they're in the... Okay, I am gonna read the launch sequence. Zao cautiously pulled herself through the open hatch, examining the small pilot compartment. She was used to moving in tight spaces without gravity, but even for her, it felt difficult to turn around to get her legs in the recess beneath the large control unit. Susie ducked in after her and reached for the harness. I can... Xiao stuttered. It's fine, Susie smiled, pulling the belt around Xiao's waist and fiddling with the latch. These are trickier than they look. Right, Xiao blushed. Okay, first, turn the battery on. It's here. Susie pointed to a switch on the console in front of Xiao. Got it. Susie ran down a long list of switches with functions Xiao didn't understand even remotely. Xiao followed her hand and pulled each one. Hold the GI. Prime switch for 5 seconds. GI set to aim. Hold the collar signal test. Okay, signal received. Hold collar pair for 5 seconds. Collar paired. Pilot registered. Begin GI boot sequence. It starts in 5 seconds. Susie paused for a moment. Okay, this will sting a little. Huh? Main system pilot connection. 3, 2, 1. Connection stable. Welcome aboard, pilot. Data link established. Whose thoughts are these? Loading test configuration. Reactor master arm switch activated. Who is this voice in my head? Diagnostics complete. Launch preparations readying. I can't move. I can't feel. What's happening to me? Where am I right now? I feel sick. 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 Zhao doubled over, hand clutching her mouth. Thoughts filled her head that were not hers. Knowledge and memories appeared from experiences that never happened. Numbers, terminology, mathematical formulas, military tactics, physics, odds of survival in the body is pierced by a toxin slug, flight paths, ship names, the methods of predicting enemy movement through debris fields, ballistics, pitch, yaw, and roll, effective ranges of light dragoon. Years of training, experience, reinforcement, understanding, theory, and practice. All of it injected in an instant. Her body convulsed and wrenched. Her heart burst in her chest. Knives dragged themselves across her skin beneath her sweat-soaked suit. Where was she? Her eyes saw the cockpit. They saw Susie, and they saw every angle of the Dragoon hangar with a little orange square painted over every living being, indicating it was a potential target. She curled up in her seat, clutching the sides of her head. She felt her blood pouring out of her. Where was she? Her ears heard rhythmic tapping and words from the computer. Was it coming from inside her? I was right about all this. I was right. Pain. Violation. Change. Zal, can you hear me? It's okay. Deep breaths. Zal shuddered and frantically wiped away the blood and vomit trailing from her mouth. Zal, it's okay, you're not hurt. After what felt like an eternity, Zal opened her eyes. Susie's head rested on her shoulder. Sorrow cast across her face. There was no blood. The medication stopped her from vomiting. Only a few seconds had passed. Sorry, Zal would sail and hung her head, wiping the sweat from her face on her sleeve. Does it hurt too much? No, it just... It was done. She could feel the whirring inside the dragon if it were a part of her. Nothing about it felt strange. It was like she had been part of this machine her entire life. This was past the point of no return. Sorry. If I told you how painful it would be, you'd only be more nervous. We're gonna continue, is that okay? Zal gave a short nod. Just a simple exercise. I'll point to a control, and you tell me what it does. Susie pointed to a random switch only marked with initials. That's for... The sharp pain in her head returned the correct information. Filtering air inside the cockpit. Huh? Was that right? Bingo! Great. Okay, now this one. That's for checking the pressure of reactor coolant. Bingo again. This one? Zeroing the rifle sight on the vertical axis. Excellent! I told you it'd be okay, didn't I? Yeah. Zhao smiled nervously. I've never heard any of these words in my life. How am I saying them? Okay, we're gonna prepare for launch. I'm not sure if I... Relax. You can do it. There's nothing wrong with you. You can feel it, can't you? Zhao bit her lip. Susie pulled herself forward and gently placed her hands on Zhao's shoulders. I know you can do it. Trust in me, okay? Zhao nodded, still unsure. But she did trust Susie. Ever since she arrived, she'd been nothing but kind to her. Am I just acting like a stupid kid right now? Alright. I've gotta go aboard too. Susie pushed herself back slowly. Get through the rest of the start procedure. I'll be on the radio if you need me, okay? Okay. Susie propelled herself away, smiled and gave a thumbs up, before shooting a wire over to another hangar bay. Now, sitting alone, the Dragoon's interior was dark, illuminated only by emergency lighting and a glow of static field displays. With the hatch closed, it became apparent how cramped it was. Even at her height, it could be impossible for Zhao to stretch the full length of her body. This cockpit was constructed around her measurements. This machine was made only for her. Another piece of raw information inside her. Her hand guided by the new sense of memory, Zhao performed a preliminary start sequence, pulling switches and analyzing readouts. Cockpit pressurization complete. GI system stable. Connection stable. Emotional correction active. Pilot vitals stable. Thought interfacing active. Everything aboard the Zephyritis was clean and perfect, but there was something deeply familiar about the interior of a Dragoon. Recycling everything of value was a Lilac's policy. Everything was made to be put together. Even to an amateur like Zhao, it was obvious how old these components were. It felt like being inside of a dying animal. Parts of the console had been replaced and didn't quite match. Clusters of wires and pipes twisted haphazardly through the cockpit interior. Everything was fitted awkwardly, every part salvaged from a different machine. Even the individual keys of the main computer looked like they came from different eras, some of the plastic yellow more than the rest. There was no hiding its scars. How many repairs had this machine gone through? How many times have these parts been refitted? How many times were they destroyed and ripped apart? How many people? Zhao, do you read? Susie's voice chimed in, slightly distorted by static. Yes, I read, Zhao replied. She didn't even touch the panel. The radio was adjusted automatically by her thought of it. We're gonna start the launch sequence now. Switching to launch control channel. Lieutenant Susie Fott, Special Division, Provisional Dragoon Squadron, 4125. Requesting clearance to start reactors on Dragoon Unit Code Strawberry and Unnamed Dragon Unit F611 for planning training exercise. A short pause. Sal couldn't hear the response. A buzzer sounded inside Sal's cockpit, indicating that the Dragoon had received the signal to begin operation. Beginning reactor start sequence, Susie said. Beginning reactor start sequence. Zhao began flipping switches and typing commands as if she'd done it 100 times before. The reactor start was quieter than she expected, a low hum and vibration rumbling faintly through the cockpit. Reactor 10%, synchronization stable, main display on, main camera on, auxiliary camera on, fire suspension ready. Left engine on, right engine on. Venators on. Pseudo nervous system operating. Anti-rain field ready. All systems operational. Dragoon Unit F611 is ready to launch. Zhao drew a sharp inhale, recoiling at the voice speaking through her. Strawberry ready for launch, Susie confirmed across the radio. Zhao looked around the cockpit frantically. There was a checklist in her head of what needed to be done. It was complete, but... Is it possible to miss anything? She asked nervously. What do you mean? A camera feed from Susie's cockpit appeared on one of the console screens in front of Zhao. How do I know if I'm doing it right? When I think about it, it feels like I'm right, but I'm not. It feels too good to be true, right? Susie cut her off. It doesn't feel like anyone could fly one of these on their first try, but that's exactly why you're here. If you could pass the selection, then you're qualified. If you say so, Susie responded. Zhao responded meekly. If you couldn't do it, then you wouldn't even be able to start it up. I can read it from here, but I want you to give me the readout of your pilot sync level. It says 78. That's an incredible score. 50 is the minimum requirement for a pilot. Every number above that is exponentially rarer than the last. Most people score less than even 1 or 2. When one less than 0.1% of the population meets even the bare minimum requirement, there's no margin for error. This is the one area where we don't make mistakes. What I'm saying is, you're more than capable of this. Zhao nodded. Susie sounded different than usual. If I couldn't do it, if I had died the moment she had hit that switch. We're going to launch. Just don't think too hard about it and follow behind me. You can do it. Okay. Okay, I can do this. Dragoon Unit Strawberry and F611 commencing launch through elevators 2 and 4. Here we go. Zhao leaned forward, hands locked in the cruising grip around the controls. The speed was blinding. Susie's Dragoon ahead of her was a flash of light impossible to follow, and yet somehow it remained in front of her, without understanding, without any preparation. Zhao was flying. Zhao pitched the Dragoon from side to side as she chased behind Susie, feeling out the controls. It was completely effortless. It took her months to get used to navigating outside the ship. This felt as natural as breathing. It needs a bit of tuning, but it's easy to adjust to. It feels like I've done this 100 times before. Go ahead, test out the engines. Don't wait up for me. Zhao pushed the throttle to the limit, racing past Susie's machine. Let's see what I can do. The space around the Dutchy planet isn't frictionless. It's thinner than air. But there's a limit to the speed of every craft. I can hit my limit in just a few seconds. I can dodge anything in an instant. I already knew before I did. It's easy. Easier than playing a game. I never expected this thrill. You could train your whole life and never do what I can do now. I get it now. I get it. This is what it means to be special. This is raw power. I can kill anyone like this. Do I want to kill anyone? What am I thinking? This isn't like me. Are these really my thoughts right now? Is this what happens? Is this what this machine does? I can't hold a gun without wanting to cry. Right now. Right now? I don't feel any hesitation. Everything around me is a target. I want to hurt those that have hurt me. I've always wanted it. But I'm not stupid. These centuries of pointless war. This crumbling nation of ships was born out of vengeance. A chill ran through her body that made her want to curl her legs up to her chest, but she couldn't move off the controls. She couldn't do this a year ago, yesterday, or even a few minutes ago. She was a different person now, changed forever by this machine, and everything that led up to her sitting inside of it. She changed the second she stepped aboard that shuttle, the second it got shot down, the second she arrived panting in an airlock soaked in her own blood. She changed when she arrived in the fanfare of a child starting their first day of school, changed the second she saw that dead girl's belongings littering her new home, and changed the second she saw this monster's weapon looming over her in the hangar and she knew it was hers. Every day, every hour, every second, changing more and more, growing sicker and sicker. Zal let out a deep breath, raising her head. I can think. I can still think. So long as I can think. I know I'm myself. No matter what this machine does to me. Right now, nothing has changed except my perspective. Before anything else, I just have to make it out alive. She squeezed her hands around the dragon's controls as if to clutch its throat. You do what I tell you to, right? That's enough for me. Zal caneered around, waiting for Susie to catch up. Comparing the data between the two machines, this rabbit-eared dragoon was unbelievably fast. I've been trying to tell you, but you are really suited for this, Susie sighed. Engines like that are only for pilots with a score like yours. Yeah. Zal nodded in understanding. Ionia said as much in front of that hobby store. The nuances of Dragoon design were easy to read now. Susie's craft was encased in thick armor to offset her lack of evasive reflexes. It was a machine designed to match her capabilities, just like her own. Susie was her superior officer, but an inferior pilot. Don't get too brave, Susie laughed, reading Zal's expression through the monitor. Sorry. I don't think I'd actually be able to do it all, let alone be any good at it. You'll annoy your fellow pilots if they hear someone with such a good score saying things like that. Sorry. It's okay. It's alien to everyone. We're gonna keep trying to fly out for a while. The training area is pretty far away. Roger. I already told you. You don't have to be formal. Sal looked sheepish. I thought it would be, appropriate. Critical communications handled by the GI, so military etiquette isn't really observed between pilots. Already noticed that at the academy, right? The military needs discipline to function, and there's no need for people who can't adapt to that. Pilot candidates are completely random, and every last one of them is worth a fortune. You understand, right? Yeah. It feels weird being able to talk normally, doesn't it? I think it's healthier to talk. Yeah, if it's okay to ask, how long have you been a pilot? I've been flying for about a year. I've been a squadron leader for a few months, though. Well, Sim is in charge of our flights, right? Special Division operates on an ad hoc basis, with no regulation for composition, meaning you get to get squadrons like ours with multiple officers. So, yes, if you're wondering, you are in the least organized division in the least organized force. I mean, a new special division didn't mean special forces or anything. Major Valentine would certainly be qualified for that, but her communication skills are, well, Susie's voice was sweet, even as she hesitated. I know what you mean. It doesn't matter in the field, but an officer has to do more than just give combat orders. She was promoted based on experience, but doesn't have the capacity for logic or personal matters. She isn't well liked by our commanders, to put it lightly. I don't have the same combat experience, but I guess I was chosen to make up for what she lacks. That, and she's always off on some individual assignment, so there's no way she could properly lead a unit. I think you're a good leader. I don't think I'd be able to do this today if you weren't there. I'm really glad. I've always wanted to teach people, you know? I think you're really good at it. Thank you. How are you feeling? In your head, I mean. It doesn't hurt anymore. Everything feels strange, but it's easy to focus. That's good. Tell me right away if you start feeling dizzy or sick or anything. It doesn't happen often, but new pilots can get overwhelmed. Okay, I'll let you know. Have you been getting along with Ensign Midakawa? You told me not to be formal, but you call everyone by their ranks. A leftover habit from officer training. Ayana has been nice to me, I think. That's good. She can be a bit, well, I have to bribe her with snacks to get her to do anything, but to be honest, she gets on my nerves in terms of my job. But I don't think she's a bad person. I'm glad you two are making friends. Yeah, me too. I've talked to Sima a bit. I'm not quite sure how she feels about me. Welcome to the club. Is it really just us four? You notice, yes, we're missing a few members to make up a squadron. For all the special treatment we get, they could stand to at least do proper introductions. I'm sorry I don't have time to talk to you much. Right now, we're considered an auxiliary detachment and operate mostly to reinforce other deployments. Like I said, the special division has no specific tasks, so all our units are irregulars. I see. Zhao rubbed her temple. Even growing up in the Naval's fleet, this terminology would be all over her head an hour ago. Now you're here. I'm not quite sure what assignments they're gonna be. You'll probably be getting a 5th member shortly. Anyway, don't worry about it. It's my job to figure out these things. How have your studies been? I've only had a few classes. I'm not great with schoolwork. I'm getting by, I mean. Don't sweat it. It's hard to keep up with all that when you're only just arrived. Have you been doing okay? Sleeping? I haven't been sleeping well, but I've been managing. Okay, yeah, I think it's enough introduction to the setting. I thought there was more flying around, and maybe there is, but I want to go into I want to get into chapter 4. I can actually turn the sound up. Let's go back to the main menu. Oh, wait. I need to make sure it's the latest version, because I would hate to have loaded up an older version and not get all the thingies. Let's see. This is from 7 months ago. Check for update. Up to date. Okay, just making sure. If you give me money, I'll be able to buy a padding. But for now, I piss into cloth. Maybe you'll have to make a mech supercut crinkle bump to use as an intro. Oh, maybe. I was thinking of a Tanami style intro for Coquette Dragoon. If I did an anime style one, I would probably try to make a song though. With lyrics too! Hopefully I'll get enough footage. Damn, been going for an hour and still haven't actually started chapter 4. Okay, let's go. Bunks. I want to choose happiness without hesitation. Ensign Xiomara Rosali, second test flight. We have made theme songs in the past. I'm not such a shill that I would totally do it right now, but or like plug it right now, other than just saying it. But we made a really awesome like cartoon style intro for a different visual novel called Cool Kid Cody, and we're quite proud of it actually. So I think it would be impossible not to sing, but I appreciate that you want to. Yes, you can post my throne in chat. Thank you, Issy. Zhao stood still, waiting for Susie by the hangar entrance. She wasn't in the locker rooms, and Zhao figured it would be best to wait for her here. What was she saying when she arrived, though? What Hill had learned about Zhao had been passed along to her from Susie. She couldn't help but feel a little betrayed by that. I shouldn't think about it. It had only been a few hours since we had parted with Ayane, but it already felt like yesterday. The warmth of that little restaurant was so far away from this cold industrial hangar. Zhao fished through her satchel for the pillowcase containing her assigned anti-vomiting medication. For pilots, the drug was mandatory before all flights. She examined the pill through the transparent casing for a moment. It was the same little orange capsule she had been taking as a teenager. Made for pilots and other soldiers, it was a heavily controlled substance for civilians, and it could kill if misused. Completely restricting the biological reactions of the human body was no small feat, convenient as it may be. For whole workers, while they weren't legally authorized to take them, they were shared freely between workers when it came to interior cleanups. When asked whether she would like one before being tasked with handling the remains of sailors killed in action, Zhao agreed without hesitation. Ultimately, she hospitalized herself after continuing to use them during the week afterwards, as if repressing the reaction to her body would repress that of her mind. The damage done to her stomach and digestive system was something she could still feel traces of through periodic cramps and stabbing pains. It probably hadn't helped her appetite either. She stopped taking them altogether during her work, realizing that at some point she became desensitized to the sight, at least enough to not puke. During a dogfight, if a pilot vomited inside their helmet or all over their control surfaces and monitors, they'll find themselves dead in no time. But was there even going to be an enemy out there? This was just a training flight. Zhao's lifetime in Zero-G had completely dulled her to motion sickness too. She'd taken them the first time since she had being watched, but now? Just as she was putting them back in her bag, she heard the sounds of boots approaching behind her. Oh, Zhao, there you are. Sorry, I'm late. Oh no, don't worry, it's okay. Susie smiled down at her. You're looking good. Huh? Zhao was taken aback. Your suit. I love what you've done with it. I mean... Was it really what she should be talking about? Well, let's get started, shall we? We're a little behind. Right. Checkboxes lit up the screen in front of Zhao. Hatch seal okay, air pressurization okay, reactor primer okay. She was once again embedded into the cockpit of her Dragoon, pushing at switches and scanning over readouts. Her hands shook. Anticipation? Dread? Excitement? The convoluted sequence Susie had performed before turning on the GI was now a fresh part of her memory. It never really struck her the first time how few people were inside the Dragoon hangar. Even the smallest ship launch required a team of inspectors. Every engine had to be tested and calibrated. Every seal checked for leakage. But once she fired it up, her Dragoon could do all that by itself. The central nervous system knew better than any outward inspection. Just what was the GI really? The computer couldn't do any of this. And neither could she. And yet, their symbiosis was the perfect thinking fighting machine. It gave her the tools to wage an entire war by herself. Her hand hovered over the controls to begin the process. To turn the switch to power up the GI felt like voluntary voluntarily grabbing a live wire. It wasn't meant to be as bad as the first time, but the sense memory of that pain that racked her entire body was still fresh in her mind. It was going to hurt. It was going to hurt a lot. Her hand moved away from the GI, switched to the satchel floating inside her. There was something she could probably do first, even if just to distract herself. Carefully poking around inside the bag, her fingertips lashed into a thin piece of laminated card. Zhao slowly pulled out the packet of lilac seeds and held them up to the light of her monitor. She wasn't exactly superstitious herself, but after Ayane said she kept some of these seeds in her cockpit, it only felt right to do the same. If a person could be lucky or unlucky, where did Zhao sit? Was she lucky or unlucky for her to end up as a pilot? Was she lucky she wouldn't have to be here? And if she was unlucky, she wouldn't be here at all. She wound the thin cord of the seed packet around the base of the control stick, making sure it wouldn't catch on anything. It couldn't hurt to have some extra luck, or to be able to replant the seeds of civilization in a pinch. Are you ready to start? Susie's voice chimed in through the radio. Zhao pressed the radio switch and murmured back a reluctant, Without the GI, she had to operate the radio manually, but the imprinted memory made the motion an automatic reflex. Don't worry, after a while there's no pain at all. Unable to form any kind of response in words, Zhao raised her hand off the radio and turned the GI switch without hesitation. Connection stable. Welcome aboard, pilot. Data link established. Zhao raised her legs, curling up in her seat. She felt like she'd been hit across the head. But just like before, it passed as quickly as it came. This machine was once again alive and inside her. She let out a shuddering exhale as she stretched her body back out. Agitation, flats, the taste of iron in her mouth, raw, violent power, and the knowledge that she was special because she was able to wield it. Entire textbooks of information became fresh memory once again. She gripped the control sticks, steadying her breath. The glow of the exterior monitor beamed down on her. It wasn't the warm kind of embrace she wanted, but it was an embrace. Deep breaths, deep breaths. She began flipping switches and typing into the computer, running down the diagnostics printed out on the screen. Every engine was checked and analyzed in an instant. The floor reactor, more complex than an entire ship, was given a full diagnostic in under a second. She was too agitated to even fully notice what was happening the first time. This time, she could think as well as feel. The signal was a flight control sounded with the order to start the reactor. All systems were green. As she flicked the reactor ignition, she thought again about how long it would take manually. The reactor of a Dragoon could only operate with the GI performing constant adjustments to prevent a meltdown. On a typical lilac warship, the reactor was larger, cruder, and less efficient, and required an entire room-sized supercomputer bank just to monitor and adjust. In this machine, she was that computer bank, Zhao supposed. She stared into the screen. Where did her body and mind begin and end right now? She could feel the reactor, but only abstractly. The way she was aware of their heart beating while it performed automatically. She didn't like the idea of sharing herself. It was a machine, and she was its pilot. Maybe this is why people name these things, to feel like they had control over them. She pulled open the Dragoon's configuration menu, looking at the blank section for a name designation. Before we launch, is it okay if I name it? The Dragoon, I mean. You decided? Go right ahead. This ensign Xenamara Rosales. Inputting call sign of Dragoon Unit F11. Zhao raised her hands to a Dragoon's computer terminal. This machine's name was Coquette. Being inside of her made that feeling perfectly clear. Call sign confirmed. Submitting call sign to flight control. A brief pause. Call sign approved. Unit F11 will now be designated as Coquette. Zhao's cheeks flushed. It just felt right to call it that. It's a good name. I felt the same with Strawberry. Now let's get out of here, shall we? Roger, Susie sighed. That habit of yours isn't gonna change, is... Oh, I should drink a little bit of... Where'd my coffee cup go? I guess I left it outside. I guess I'll fill my water cup with coffee. The habit of yours isn't gonna change, is it? No, it probably isn't. This time, Zhao rode the launch elevator with eyes open. Her and Susie would be returning to the ocean of debris. The sensation of being catapulted out into space had already become routine. Her frenzied self had felt almost embarrassing to look back on. How could this not ever be easy? Easy? Something pushed back against that thought as soon as it occurred. This was easy. Was that quite right? That emotional, desperate self. Why did it feel like she still heard her distant voice? Emotional correction. She had seen those words a few times during the boot sequence, and that, her mind told her, was as far as her thoughts should go on like this. She gripped the controls tight and released a long breath. Nothing to get worked up about. I knew what this machine was from the start. I knew it was going to make me sick. And I knew I'd resent it. And I knew I'd like it too. Pushing the throttle forward, Zhao turned her mind to the sights in front of her. She was calm. Calmer than the first time. The world that whipped past her in the blink of an eye felt so vividly clear. This was the Lilac Fleet in its entirety. Her vision was sharper than it had ever been. In the same moment, her gaze landed on a ship, and the lens of the Dragoon zoomed in to give her a closer view. It was a small frigate, hovering above the Xenaflis, not unlike the ship she lived on, but this one had remained a pure military vessel. A readout gave her the estimated specifications: armor placement, weaponry, crew count, top speed, and thrust-to-weight ratio. She'd been looking at ships her entire life, but this was the world apart from the dim claustrophobic view through the visor of a work suite or porthole. When she turned her camera towards Zephyrantes, it was beyond calculation. It was a mundane fact of life now that she woke up every day inside it. It was still too large to fit inside her head. How could anyone look at this and picture cities on the other side of those metal walls? Trees, schools, homes, entire suburbs? Were all those things really right beside her? She adjusted her pitch towards the hull, curiously drawing closer. Even with all their evolutionary comprehension for life and space, the human eye was still unequipped to judge the scales of objects in a vacuum. The Zephyrantes was just a ship like any other if you were far enough away from it. Skimming across a surface like this, pink metal stretched in every direction from the horizon. Gun batteries, antennas, radio dishes, and other protrusions flickered in and out of Zhao's sight as she blew past them. Her Dragoon's speed was measured in meters per second, and even so, the sea of metal felt like it would never reach its end. Zhao had yet to ride aboard it, but she had read once that the Zaphrates high-speed rail took around 4 hours to travel from end to end. Inside that colossus, there was reliable artificial gravity that had never once failed, complex weather systems, a scale large enough for highways to be built inside of it. For Zhao, it felt like stepping into the modern world after living centuries in the past, but in truth, the Zaphrates was older than all of it. Older than the entire nation. The why of such a ship's existence was simple, to meet the needs of this protracted interstellar war. But the how of its construction was a question nobody can answer. The Duchy had magic to explain their colonies, but what did the Lilac have? Each individual hull plate beneath her contained more metal than entire ships Zhao had lived aboard. The next largest class of ship in the modern era was not even 1/100th of its size. It was an impossible amount of material and labor. If every living soul aboard the ships of the Lilac fleet were put to work to construct a ship like this, not even a skeleton could compete with their collective lifespan. The equipment and factories needed to construct even the base components were well beyond the nation's capacity. The scope of the framing of the mining operation needed for the raw material, the economic forces required to fund such a project, none of it were possible. And yet, the proof of such a fleet lay right there at the center of the entire nation, of the entire known world. How was it built? And where? And by how many people? As advanced as it felt, the Dragoon Zhao piloted might as well be a wooden club compared to whatever weapons were used back then. The pre-format era was beyond imagination. It had all been lost long before Zhao or anyone else alive was ever born. Statistically, the beginning of the war resulted in the deaths of anywhere from 70 to 99% of the known population of humanity. Past a certain point, knowing a record of all the casualties became impossible. Of the 3 known Ultra Dreadnought class ships to enter the Duchy system, the Zaphrates was the only one to survive. And while the Zaphrates itself had never been breached by the enemy, the same could not be said of its computer systems or the minds of its people. The pitch-black era of madness that followed was more violent than any other known age of human history, and it marked the beginning of a bloody post-format calendar. Well, shit. While they made similar grains? Damn, they made grains. While they made similar gains, over 2/3 of the Lilac fleet were sunk in just the first assault on the Duchy. In the aftermath, the psychological war against the Lilac was waged at a scale beyond imagination. Communication lines were severed at every possible point. Every computer the Lilac had brought with them was infected and compromised, another vector for Duchy subversion. With what the Lilac refused to call magic, the Duchy planted false memories one after another. Just by affecting a few, the fear of tampered recollections began to affect everyone. The surviving Lilac population collectively lost its grip on reality in an instant. Every leader became an enemy plant, propped up by false memory. Disinformation spread like wildfire. Entire histories popped up overnight, all conflicting with one another, all fully sourced and verified. The home of Lilac was either destroyed the moment they arrived in the Duchy system, or centuries ago, or it never existed in the first place. The steel of the fleet became the only remaining truth, and no living being could ever be trusted. Civil war, mass executions, and mutinies all raged inside the Lilac ships, even as they fought against the Duchy. And whatever world, nation, empire, or corporate entity they had originally come from was reduced to nothing more than a rumor. In only a short span, the Duchy-Lilac War took everything. Munitions, manpower, food, and fuel were all squeezed to the last drop. The two nations had no choice but to grit their teeth and declare a ceasefire before there was nobody left to fight. Much like the ships outside it, the Zaphrates was never meant to be host to cities or a civilian populace. But the war needed fresh bodies, government and an economy to support it. Zhao had volunteered herself into the resignation of that war since the era of truces ended. Zhao had volunteered herself into the reignition of that war since that era of truces ended. Now a slow and meticulous affair of blood drawing, with supply and demand carefully regulated. Would it have been a more merciful fate for it all to have been ended back then? The duchy sank 2 of these impossible ships. If they could have only sunk the 3rd. Flying across the surface like this, Zhao wondered what the First War was really like, and how a ship like this could even be destroyed. How entire populations could have their memories altered, and kill people they'd known for years. As far as she was told, the duchy had no idea either. Their society had been sent back to those primitive times they so adored too. But what happened once could happen again, and that knowledge of destruction was always able to be regained. Zhao had always felt like this war's total end was inevitable. It was unsustainable from the very start. Like Ayane had said, they had already lost. From out here, with these senses, it felt like an even more harrowing truth had been laid out before Zhao. This ship would never be destroyed, and this pointless war would last forever. Zhao? Susie began to ask over the radio. Zhao snapped back to attention. Yes? Could you please slow down a little? I can't keep up. Susie laughed softly. Oh, I'm sorry. Zhao pulled back on the control sticks, swinging the engines around to reverse the thrust. Pardon my asking, but you seem a little distracted. Is everything okay? Zhao's words caught in their mouth. How was she meant to talk to her now? I am sorry. It's just been a busy day. Choosing her words carefully, Zhao added, I had a big lunch with Ayane, so I'm a little tired. Her answer seemed to perk Susie up right away. Oh, I see. Zhao's heart ached. It didn't feel right to treat Susie so distantly. How have classes been? They're doing okay, I think. It's mostly just been lectures. I haven't been really tested on anything, so I'm not really sure how I'm doing yet. In your case, you're probably finding a lot of those to be things that are already common knowledge. Convenient as they may be, separating classes by those who grew up in the gravity and those that didn't would, well, cause a lot of problems. Oh, yeah, I didn't think like that. How's your head feeling? Susie asked. It's been okay today. Feels a lot calmer, I think. I don't think I was able to really take it in the first time, but seeing things out here is a little surreal. I never even flew a ship before this. I mean, I have more spacewalk hours than I can count, but it doesn't feel anything close. I guess I've just never seen a fleet like this before. You know, I'm told, as a lieutenant, that when a pilot under my command says something like that, I'm meant to encourage it. Talk about the feeling of freedom, power, exhilaration. Make the pilot feel special. Remind them that they are only one among thousands, and only they can do this, feel this, see this. I don't bother with it at all. Manakawa was far too cynical to want to hear any of it. And for me, you're someone completely impossible to lie to. You can see through anything. You're kind of a commanding officer's worst nightmare. Unfortunately, I'm something of the same type. Susie paused for a moment. I'm sorry about Hill. I should have known she'd react like that to my reports. Oh. It's okay. I was worried it would only demoralize you if I said I was concerned about you. Well, you weren't wrong about that. This is already saying too much, but I guess you just arrived at a bad time. I really don't have a choice but to report my concerns on the squadron. And I can't try to address them myself either. Concerns regarding mental well-being are being delegated to the medical corps. Officers are to only observe and report. I didn't want to go behind your back, but my hands are tied. So, all I can say is that I'm sorry. Things aren't normally so tense, but like I said, you arrived at a bad time. Zao wanted to ask for more information, but it felt like spitting on what was obviously difficult for Susie to say. Something about the base felt off. She knew that much. But she didn't want to pick at it. You don't need to say sorry. It's okay. If Susie had reported that she thought Zao was unwell, she wasn't exactly off the mark. Zao curled her lips into a forced smile. I'll go to medical soon. I don't want to get you in trouble either. I appreciate hearing it. Alright, the sector has been reported as clear, but as always, stay alert. Maneuver as you like and take mental notes of anything of what needs tuning. Roger. There's nothing specific we need to test today. You're just building flight time. Stay within a radio contact range and keep an eye out for danger. Report to me first if you wish to test your weapons. Zao couldn't help feeling a little bit embarrassed. It feels kind of unfair that you just have to come out here and watch for me like that. Don't worry. It's important to do this now when things are quiet. I'll just be catching up on reading reports. The GI really helps with multitasking. You should pick a book to read when you're on patrol duty. It helps pass the time. Oh, yeah, Ayane told me to do something like that. Just as Susie asked, Zao darted between the derelict ships and the outskirts of the debris field. For a machine that imparted mastery over it in just a second, it was difficult to figure out what specifically she was meant to do to feel comfortable piloting it. Her score was high enough she could be sent into a battle right away. The only problem was her nervous personality, and even then, the Dragoon kept her calm while she was actually inside it. But she flew around the debris field in silence. A change had already begun to take place inside her, and how she related to this machine. Her body tickled with the sense of her Dragoon's anti-rain field impacting the thin clouds of metallic detritus in her path. It felt so strange to only now be aware of the most important part of the entire machine. These little pieces of fast-moving metal were the source of almost every scar on her body. And now they were dust. Without this field, both her and this machine would be torn apart. She already knew it was there, but she had never been able to feel its presence, and given it any more thought other than knowing she was protected by it. Expanding her senses outward, the anti-rain was like a muscle, a nervous system unto itself. Zao could fillet it forward, around herself, or focus it into a single point. Low-scoring pilots couldn't sense or manipulate the field with any deliberate intent. Even for Zao, it slipped out of her awareness with only a bit of distraction. That pilot she saw killed in front of her probably couldn't feel it at all. Of all the people in the world, why give this gift to Zao? Slowing to a stop, Zao raised her Dragoon's arms, running her mechanical fingers across the other hand's palm. Her touch was light enough to not leave a scratch. How many hours of practice would an ordinary person need for that? As she focused, she could feel the mechanical skin connect, and the anti-rain field pinch between the Coquette's hands. 3 sets of senses. Her own, her Dragoon's, and the anti-rain. She held her Dragoon's hand, observing its movement as she bent the fingers forward and back. If she was learning this all from scratch, This should have been the first thing she did. Before her first flight, she half expected it felt like puppeteering, or even placing her own movements with those of the machine. But behind those fantasies, she'd known the real thing was beyond her frame of reference, beyond her comprehension. And the reality was exactly that. It felt just as natural as moving her own body, and yet it was entirely separate, outside of herself. If a single mind can inhabit multiple bodies simultaneously, feeling all of them at once with no friction, this was how it might feel, she supposed. Her flesh, this entire machine, and the invisible field around it, her mind was now a liquid state. It was so inhuman, so alienating. It made her skin crawl to think about when she was alone, but as she sat here, performing the act itself, it felt as natural as anything. This machine made it feel natural. Her unease was only felt logically, without emotion. No emotion, as I lingered on those words, running her dragoon's finger along its arm. A violent curiosity flickered to life inside her. She would be fighting dragoons in close quarters with these hands. She could tear apart a ship with just these hands. She wouldn't be scared to do it either. Just what could she do with these? She wanted to know. She was out here so she could learn after all. She adjusted her visual sensors, scanning her surroundings for a suitable object. It was a fighter, and for the most part intact. It had to be decades old. The shapes weren't recognizable as belongings to either the Duchy or the Lilac. The paint had been burnt off with no identifying markings left. The seal in the cockpit was broken with nothing inside. It was most likely destroyed alongside its carrier without having even launched. Zao would have to fight and destroy machines just like this. It was a perfect test subject. What could these hands do to it? If she grabbed her enemy like this, could she? The finger crumpled between her hands in an instant. It was so easy. Easier than she was anticipating. She only meant to give it a light squeeze and work her way up. They wouldn't give her a gun, but they let her fly a dragoon out here loaded with live anti-ship ammunition because it didn't make a difference. This entire body was a weapon. These hands were more than enough to kill a person. These hands alone could protect her. These hands. These hands. Who does she want to kill with these hands? I have the same dreams over and over. He's always older, and I'm always younger. I'm always young, and I can never grow up. He's coming closer to me, looming over me, grabbing my shoulders with his hands. I hit him, but it doesn't make a difference. He doesn't even flinch. I can't hurt him at all. He can hurt me. As he pushes me down, I cry out for him to stop. I push him back, and he continues forward. He's smiling and laughing at me as I try and hit him. It's funny to him how weak and pathetic I am, and for all the attempts I make at hurting him, he's gonna repay me in kind. But now I have this body that takes away my fear. Are these hands different? Are these hands stronger than a child's? Are these hands finally enough to really hurt you? I'm the one looking down at you now. You know what you deserve, don't you? I think you always knew. I think you were always scared of it. You can't see my face, but I'm smiling. I can tear through metal, and you're just pitiful flesh. Adult and child, weak or strong. Those divisions mean nothing now. I'm not afraid anymore, and you will never hurt me again. Where, where? Everything was pitch black, her body tangled up in something. She covered her mouth, shivering and holding still. Did anyone hear her? I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. Please. I'll be quiet, I promise. I promise. She dug her hands into her face. Vomit rose up in her throat. He was there, in her dreams, and she heard him. He knows. He knows that I'm spiteful and disobedient. He knows now he's gonna hurt me. He doesn't believe. He doesn't believe when I make promises. But he never did. Her body shivered. The room was pitch black. She couldn't get her bearings at all. Where was her last memory? How long has she been in here? Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Why is there gravity? Do you lock me in here? Zal sat there, trembling, dreading whatever fate awaited her. If she went to check the door, check for a way out, it might make her punishment worse. She practiced her apologies in her head over and over, but eventually, she realized there was nothing coming. The room was silent. All she could hear was her own panting breath. This was her room. It was all delusion. This was her room aboard the Zephraudes, and she was an adult. She curled around herself, hands tugging at her hair. She burned with shame. She was sick. She was so sick. She'd never grown up. She still felt as scared as she did as a child. She still went to bed like a child. She still begged for forgiveness like a child. Zal let out an exhale, slowly opening her eyes. She was safe in her room. Deep breaths. He wasn't waiting outside. It's been a long time. Over a decade. And she'd never see him again. She'd never live in that home again. In that room again. Deep breaths. She dragged herself to the edge of the bed. She couldn't go back to sleep before showering and getting changed. It was difficult to move. Was she drugged? She shot that thought down, angry at herself. Her thoughts always leapt to the most horrifying things before she could realize what she was doing. He never drugged her or locked her up. She was a kid. He never had to do any of those things. She was just a kid. Zal rubbed her face. Tears welled up behind her eyelids. Just a kid. How could someone do that? How could anyone? She curled into herself, sobbing. Stop it. Stop thinking about that. How am I meant to? Even if I try, I still dream about it. Her dreams. A mess of violent images flickered to life. What were those dreams? She was flying, wasn't she? That wasn't a dream. She was flying, and she landed, debriefed, had her best attempt at dinner, and went to bed. She knew this, but had no solid memory of it. She was flying, and she saw. She could feel the way his bones snapped and popped between those fingers, the organs sliding out of those loose bag of skin. Her stomach turned over, forcing her to her feet as she scrambled to the bathroom. She almost reached the sink, but covering her mouth wasn't enough to keep it down. Her body convulsed as it squeezed out liquid through the gaps in her fingers. Sticky acid ran down her chest, her hands still clamped over her mouth. Staggering forward, she doubled over with coughing retches, vomit splattering into the bathroom floor. Reaching the sink, she grabbed into the edges to support herself. What little she was able to eat had all come up again. She continued retching, even while nothing came up. Her throat burned. Eventually, her body gave in to the demands to stop. She gasped for air. She could only hang her head in shock. What was happening to her? Had she completely lost it this time? What was that machine doing to her? Tears ran down her face. Everything hurt. Her thoughts of punishment were coming back to her. She had to have made a lot of noise just now. He'd hurt her for making a mess the way she'd done just now. She wanted to kill him. She wanted to watch him scream and beg for him. Her body shook as she grabbed herself. She couldn't do anything. Not anything she did in that dream. She didn't want to do anything she did in that dream. Not to him. Not to anyone. She just wanted to be safe. Her body began to feel weak. She could feel the vomit soaking into her pajamas. The smell made her want to start all over again. Her mouth formed the words to call for Fufi. But she couldn't, she wouldn't come even if she screamed. Fufi couldn't watch Zhao be hurt. She knew what was going to happen to Zhao after she enlisted. That she spent nights waking up like this. But all that time, Zhao had brushed it aside. There was nobody coming to help her now. She couldn't go back to the bed soaked in her own piss, sweat, and vomit. She had to clean up everything herself. Oh, wow. I didn't know you were going to show it. Oh my god. I was like, oh, they're good. It was like, obviously she's going to go to Ayane's room after she cleans up, right? She's not going to go back to fucking Ayane's room. I swear to God she should, though. Okay, so, since I haven't talked in a while, other than the words that come through me, because of the magic of theater, my tears are real. My tears are real. I have way too much in common with Zhao, it seems. Also, it is confirmed to have a puke fetish, which is very weird to realize because in the moment of just that description, even though it is and I think this is actually a perfect example in a microcosm for like, okay. Let me back up. Okay. I'm going to start from when I realized for sure, yes, I have a vomit fetish, apparently. Because I'm hearing the description, and the description is like, it's so, like, the writing is good, right? But it's like double-edged. But not in a bad way. It's double-edged in a way that's like, this is really, really, like, intense, very detailed imagery. But it felt like the detail was such in a way that if you tweaked it just a bit, it would be really fucking hot. And um I don't know if the dev has a vomiting fetish. But since I have been friends with at least a couple of people with vomiting fetishes, and having someone's inaugural experience and what turned them onto it originally explained to me, I know very well some of the hallmarks. But just like a piss fetish, or like an omarashi fetish, the power of loss of control is so fucking strong. It's like amazing. And honestly, there was one point where I had a partner who like even the word vomit would like trigger their anxiety. They had like a puke what's the term, like phobia. So like there was no chance that we were gonna really explore anything related to puke. Plus, you know, it's one of those like taboo body fetishes because it's like I almost have the trifecta. I like piss and vomit. Guess what? And it's just like yes. And I mean, in the baby little sort of way, like it's one of those foregone conclusions where it's like, oh, you like being a baby, so do you like to puke on yourself? And it's like, no, no, no. I mean, but it's in the same way of messing. Like if I knew for sure someone was gonna clean up that wasn't me, or I'd have help, it'd be a completely different set of criteria of what is a fetish I would engage in and not.
All about the four humors.
I'm all about the four humors, as they say. Okay, I'm working backwards. So I was reading that description. I was like, damn, I'm in the puke, aren't I? Fuck. Fuck it. Relate heavily to her and also have a puke fetish. So, very weird mix of feelings. Right? Tell all your friends to play Coquette Dragoon so they can learn about all their fetishes. So good. Thank you. More coffee. I'm glad I have Big Sis here. Big Sis actually has already read this chapter, so she probably was like, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, they might set them off.
There's also a vomit toggle in the setting.
You can turn it off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good for people who want to turn off vomit.
Say there's a vomit toggle.
I am glad to know. Oh wait, there's a font toggle too.
Vomit.
Oh.
And me toggle, as you might say.
It's a bite toggle.
A me toggle.
A you toggle.
A me toggle.
A you toggle.
A me toggle.
Me.
Mito. That's the prefix for vomiting.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
Me toggle.
I see. What else was I thinking? I was going back from that. Oh, right. So Big Sis probably knew ahead of time that I was gonna be very triggered by this scene. And I mean, I am. I mean, if you've seen Evangelion, a person is crushed with mech hands at one point. It's one of the most impactful scenes in the entire anime, and probably in anime history, and it's probably one of the longest cuts in anime history as well. It's like literally just hold. You gotta do it. Smash grapes. And I actually have to press the space bar to crush the person that Zao wanted to crush. So like me crushing quickly the second time was me knowing I had control over it and me kind of like jumping onto it. And it wasn't so much like me being like, yes, kill this fucker, but kind of being caught up in the moment too. Actually, ironically, I am very familiar with this feeling because there are people who have heard us, and honestly we have heard in our lives, that when we played a certain Perfect Apocalypse game, it was giving us a lot of feelings of like catharsis. And there's nothing quite so cathartic about being able to like let loose your fury on people who have hurt you or have made you feel otherized. and we felt so. Actually, it was one of the reasons why we never did a follow up to our original, very very popular Perfect Apocalypse essay, because it was like, well, if I'm gonna do a real essay about it and not phone it in, we have to acknowledge those feelings. And I didn't want to acknowledge those feelings because I don't know if it'll come and hurt me or get me canceled and hurt my chance of living and having a decent life. What if I say something that's not perfectly in line with other people's narratives? But that's more complicated, and I don't want to get too far into it. But thought was just in that same way that Zhao was feeling illogically, like somehow they'll know my dark thoughts, and they now will come to me and punish me. People that I will never see again in my life, and it's just like people I'll never see again in my life will punish me if I do wrong things. But also, I'm a public figure, so I'm kind of an open target, regardless if someone has a history of with me. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, this hole was made for me. This hole was very made for me. Can't wait. Can't wait to see how bad this ends up. And as someone who's been having a lot of accidents lately and cleaning them up in silence, I'm just kind of like, yes, this is a mood. Let's continue. This is one of the wait. I have to save this. I have to save at this page. This is. Ugh. Thank you, Fantasia, for letting me do this. Fantasia has been doing these. Has been doing streams for this. So Fantasia will, when the full chapter 4 comes out, re-experience all of this trauma. And I mean, that's her prerogative, obviously. But I was allowed to do this on the condition that we still stream chapter 4 in its entirety when it comes out, and then Fantasia gets to do it just like the other ones. Welcome back. You missed that I have a puke fetish now. Sorry, I should say my puke fetish is fully awakened. And I also just talked about a bunch of trauma related stuff. Check out the VOD for stuff later. She couldn't go back to bed soaked in her own piss, sweat, and vomit. She had to clean everything up herself. Zhao raised her head looking into her reflection. Why didn't she just take that orange pill like she was told? Zhao sat on the shower floor with her legs curled to her chest. Her body was sore all over. Her legs ached from kneeling on the tiles to clean. Her habit of sitting rather than standing in the shower was not about to change now. Her foot slipped just a little as she got it was enough to make her panic. The image of her own blood spiral on tiles was stuck in her mind. Gravity was so scary. Everything in this world was so scary. You could die doing just about anything. She clutched herself tight. Everyone was so scary. Everything was so scary. She rubbed her shoulders, imagining someone else's arms embracing her. At times like this, she thought about her mother. As cliche as it was, she knew nothing about her. She didn't know her name, her face, or how she'd treat her. But still, she wished for her. With nothing to go by and nothing to challenge it, her image was perfect. Someone to hold her close, wrap a blanket around her, coo in her ear that everything was going to be okay. Someone to clean her up when she had these accidents and nightmares. Someone who could tell her there was nothing to be afraid of and lull her back to sleep. Someone she could bury her face in and cry out all her emotions to. She splashed water on her face. No one was coming to help her. A jolt of shame broke her out of her thoughts. She was wasting water sitting here like this still. What did it matter now? She half laughed at herself as she turned off the tap. Water didn't cost a thing anymore. Zhao woke again with a dull pounding in her head. Waking up and vomiting like that, just like another part of her nightmares. At least she had fallen back asleep afterwards. She curled up around her pillow. She could pretend it was all a dream. It'll be easier. The world outside this room felt terrifying, and yet she had no choice but to leave. She had never voluntarily taken a sick day in her life. So long as she could move, she would always drag herself to work. No matter how bad she felt, or how scared she was of going, she could force herself each and every time, and today was the same. She would be up and out the door in time for assembly. She groaned to herself. What a worthless sense of dedication. Shout out to all the kids who had perfect attendance growing up. Zhao stood with eyes glazed over as the assembly played out. Her head felt like it was filled with glass. And even in her hazy state, she could tell something was clearly different today. An unfamiliar man stood on stage behind the speaker going over the morning news, her chest gleaming with ribbons and medals. Zhao was certain she recognized him from television. He had to be a commodore, or even an admiral of the fleet. She'd never seen someone of such high rank standing here before. There was none of the usual snickering and whispering between the student soldiers around her. A row of grim-looking military police stood guard behind the officers on stage, watching the crowd for any signs of disobedience. When it was time for the ornamented flag officer to speak, his voice boomed through the hall in a slow, disdainful drawl. "You are probably surprised to see my face in this little base of yours. You see, I've been made aware of certain errors of the commanding officers you are serving under, and I would like to correct them. On the matter of Ensign Claire Grassy, there will be no more services held by the military. There is no reward for desertion. While the Special Division has been utterly limp on the matter," the Admiral or Commodore or whatever spat, "I've stepped in to say that you're returning to business as usual starting today. That will be all." Some hushed gasps and murmurs ran through the ranks of soldiers. Zhao didn't understand what any of this was about. That name was a stranger to her. What news was he talking about? Off to the side of the stage, Lieutenant Hill stood beside Commander Clemens with gritted teeth. Zhao shuffled alongside the crowd flowing into the cafeteria. All the members of the base had been called today for assembly, and now everyone stood together waiting for their breakfast. Ayane, of course, was nowhere to be seen. Even after that unnerving assembly, the pilots still gathered around like it was a social event. The noise and movement was all unbearable to Zhao. She shrunk among the crowd, trying to avoid being noticed or spoken to by anyone. Gazing at the other soldiers and staff around her, shame crawled at her chest. Nobody was looking at her, but it felt like everyone had seen her state last night. Ayane had described the division as full of problem children, but Zhao felt like the lowliest of them all. She shivered at the thought that she still smelled like piss, sweat, or vomit. It felt like she was putting on some disgusting display. Surrounded by their voices, she felt scared of these people. She was scared because they were soldiers, but more than anything, scared of how well adjusted they all seemed to this. How many of them woke up like that after piloting? She couldn't see that in anyone here. Nobody else was standing frozen and wide-eyed like her. None of these people seemed like they needed to be told they had to eat. Zhao knew how Ayane had felt here. Her bitter half-jokes were easy to see through. But Ayane had already been surviving it all alone without anyone's help. Ayane was younger than her, but she took on the role of the older sister anyway. Zhao needed Ayane to show her around and hold her hand through everything. Ayane had already substituted Fluffy's role in soothing Zhao. It hadn't even been a day and she missed her already. She rubbed her head angry at herself. She had to stop getting caught in these loops of self-disgust. Don't I know it. Main difference is that I don't vomit when I panic. I involuntarily shit myself. Don't know if that's better. It's different. I don't usually puke. Not out of anxiety or anything. Honestly, the fact that it's hard for me to puke is sometimes anxiety inducing because sometimes I get nausea from the anxiety, but then it won't cause the vomiting, so I have like the buildup but no release. It's like being edged forever. Zal stared at her plate of eggs and bacon. It was more than she could probably eat, but she still took the first edible enough looking thing she saw without thinking. Whether she could or not, she had to eat it, or she'd be in even worse trouble. The motivation wasn't helpful at all. What Fuffy would say, Zal felt, was, excuse me, that she could be eating now to make up for vomiting earlier. It would be good for her. Zal nodded to herself slightly, gripping the foreign-feeling cutlery. What would Ayane say? Was that it was a little funny she could pilot a dragoon, but still had trouble with a knife and fork. That thought felt a lot more comforting. Breaking her concentration on getting through the last piece of bacon, Zal's ears twitched at the conversation playing out behind her. That miserable cunt of an admiral, how dare you say that? A shrill-sounding pilot sniffed, slamming her tray down on the table. What? We are on a tiny base. We aren't exactly big swinging dicks here. No, you twat. I mean Charlie. Did I read that right? Claire. No, you twat. I mean about Claire. Oh, I mean, I don't like him either, but I don't think he's wrong. She shouldn't have been a pilot, her friend replied dully. Just because you can doesn't mean you should, you know? I don't think I agree with the scoring system. She obviously wasn't cut out for the job. How can you even say that? You're always such a pig. I'm a horse, thank you very much, the dull pilot retorted. And I'm only being realistic. A third voice interjected. Wait, what are you talking about? I don't get any of this. I just heard about her. How she was both dead and a deserter? I heard about her last week, but I heard she just died in an accident, another voice added. What? She just accidentally shot herself sitting in the shower recess? Fucking hell, never heard that part. Is that really desertion? It is to them. Makes being a pilot look really bad. You end up with a smack across the face if you talk about it. Not like it's a secret anymore, though. At least she did it in the shower. Easy to clean up, hey? Don't even joke about it. You know whoever had to clean it up probably having breakfast with us somewhere? What, am I meant to feel bad for the janitor? Just turn the tap on, whoosh! It all goes down the drain. I've had to hose out the cockpit before, you know? They make pilots do that? Only if you get caught doing something naughty. Can we talk about something less fucking morbid, please? I'm trying to eat here. Need some tomato sauce. God, go fuck yourself! You really want to loosen up. Zal dropped her cutlery onto her plate. Everything she had just eaten felt like it was about to come right back up. Everything fit together now. It had been right in front of her the whole time. Claire Garcia, the empty holster, the piles of boxes, the shower recess, a recent death, an empty room. Bad taste. This was why Susie reported her to Hill and why Hill spoke to her that way. Why she couldn't have a gun. Why nobody could have a gun. As someone still mourning a fellow VTuber who killed themselves, I am livid right now. I hate project reality on fiction so hard because I know them. A lot of people are like, "Well, you shouldn't talk about a real person's death in regards to this video game." But I mean, I don't know. Just how can I not? And it's not like I have a therapist. Well, life goes on. And people cope in their own ways. And some people's coping can be quite fucking cruel. One foot in front of the other, I guess. I'm sure they all wake up like that. You learn not to talk about it after a while, get used to it. Most military personnel have serious trauma and know how to handle it after a while. Or how to hide it. Sorry, that's me editorializing. That's why veterans are always chillin' alcoholic, lol. They make great drinking buddies if you enjoy judgment-free trauma sharing. I think you're painting all veterans with a very sincerely positive brush. Not to say that I haven't known some really cool veterans. Most of the cool veterans I know were veterans from Vietnam. Most of the more troubling veterans I knew were from the Iraq War. But, you know, obviously no one's a monolith, obviously. Zhao left the cafeteria as quickly as she could. How could those people laugh about this? How could everyone just sit down for breakfast like nothing happened? She had to get away from those people. Away from those sneering voices. There was something she had to check, too. In the hall outside, an all-familiar face stood waiting by the coffee machines. The timing felt like a bad joke. It took a moment for them to lock eyes, and the girl met Zhao's distraught expression with a smile. What you said about my room, it was Claire's, wasn't it? Instead of asking me, why don't you go see for yourself? Oh, like open some boxes. Oh, is there a bullet hole? Zhao flung herself into the bathroom. See for yourself, so. See what? Those pilots behind her said it was in the shower recess. She'd been here every morning, hadn't she? It couldn't have been. It had been there the whole time. A cracked tile with a round hole crudely patched over with cement. How could she never have noticed it before? Everything was so obvious. Why guns were off limits for soldiers? Why this room was left the way it was, and why everyone was so cagey about it? Of course no one wanted to come in here or touch anything. She was better off not knowing, so nobody told her. Zhao already knew you had to get your papers in order before you left for any kind of mission. That girl couldn't have died in the field. Simmons said it herself, test pilots don't die. So what was Zhao imagining? That she simply fell over a railing somewhere? How could she have thought so little about it? She knew from the start the room's occupant had died. Zhao slowly leaned closer to the wall. How could she never have noticed this? It never even registered to her. She probably had seen the hole and assumed it was just from an old fixture that ran through it. And never gave it a second thought. She never lived anywhere that was clean or in good repair. Or of course there would be a few cracked tiles. That happens anywhere. Anywhere but here! She clutched her hands to her face, breathing heavily. This place was meant to be her escape. She'd known there would be problems with... Not like this! A girl killed herself. And they get up on stage and call her a deserter? A traitor. And her comrades laugh about her in her absence. And Susie... Susie thought she was gonna be next. And evidently so did Hill. Was it that fucking obvious just how miserable of a person I am? I haven't even been here a month and... Despite everything, you still have to go to school. Ensign Meng. Ensign Meng. The instructor read off her clipboard. Present. She ticked off a box in an exaggerated motion. Ensign Matthews? Here. Ensign Mitakawa. Mitakawa? The instructor sighed as she scanned the room before pointing to Zal. You there, rabbit ears. Ensign Rosales? Where's your squad mate? I don't know. I haven't seen her all day. The instructor clicked her tongue. You're on duty today then. Being responsibilities falls to every member of a squadron as a whole. Go and get the lesson supplies, would you? Zal hung her head. Yes, ma'am. And when you get the chance, do talk some sense into that brainless squad mate of yours. Yes, ma'am. One big salutes to you as she leaves the room. Zal wheeled a I'm thinking about cake. Zal wheeled a flat trolley through the schoolyard, following the signs to the equipment storage. Where was Ayane? Why couldn't she be here? Especially today. Zal clenched her hands. Why didn't she just skip class too? Why did she always do this to herself? It was always like this. The smaller she felt, the stronger her fear of punishment became. And here she was, doing the right thing and being punished anyway. This whole thing was a punishment. They gave her that room to punish her. There was no way it was the only one available. Special Division itself was a punishment. This irregular squadron without even a name was a punishment. Having her meals monitored was a punishment. That girl Claire must have been put through the same thing. They didn't want her, and they punished her until she broke. It was the fastest way to get rid of her. And they were gonna get rid of Zal the same way. Zal. She was being delusional, but it didn't make sense. Her score was incredibly high, even higher than her own commanding officers. She was more than qualified for the job. So why were they treating her this way? Was it enough for her to be talented? Zal shuddered with a sudden realization as she looked around. Has she really just hid herself out in the open like this? Did anyone see that? She stared up and down the path. There was nobody around. The thought didn't help though. Zal pressed the door to the storeroom closed with her back sealing herself in. She let out a small sigh. She was alone here. She was sure of that. She unfurled the scribbled note the instructor had pressed into her hands as she needed what she needed to pick up. Today the lesson was on emergency suit repair, something Zal is already more than certified in. A cursory glance over the room revealed the supplies were organized in the plastic tubes marked by class name. Well, that's good, Zal murmured to herself, but it didn't look like there was any sort of sorting system. Zal stood on tiptoes, curiously looking into the tubs on the shelves. There were props of all kinds, from grenades to signal devices, but it was obvious after a few moments of examination that anything you couldn't kill someone with was the real thing. She never liked the unpredictability of salvage work, but her brief experience with it told her that this dusty room was a veritable treasure trove. Brand new power tools, first aid equipment, coolant, entire spacesuits, transmitters, computers, batteries, all right for the taking and marked for your convenience, and a room without even a lock on the door. Crouching on the lower shelves, she found the box that she was looking for. filled to the brim with suit material and repair equipment of all kinds. The contents of even one of these plastic tubs alone had to be worth thousands of dollars. And they were just tossed in so haphazardly to be wheeled out without supervision by someone like her? That Cecil's everywhere around her here. Zal pulled the tub out, wincing as it landed with a thud on the trolley. It was hard to gauge how heavy things were in gravity. After doing the same with the rest, she brushed her hands on her shorts as if to congratulate herself on the job well done. But upon remembering she'd have to haul it all back to that classroom and present herself to that instructor once again, her satisfaction quickly deflated. She wished she could just do jobs like this forever, far away from other people. Boring tasks like this calmed her. Go here, get this, take this here, take this there. She liked errands. She always wished she could work in something like a library, or even just being a courier. But instead, she was an elite pilot being forced to relive middle school. Ayane wasn't here, and she'd have to sit through a lesson she didn't need on things she already knew, all the while surrounded by those cruel students being watched by that cruel teacher. Zal crouched down, tucking herself into a crevice between the wall and the shelf. Things get so awful all of a sudden. Wasn't yesterday a nice day? Not even 24 hours ago she was smiling beside Ayane. Yesterday she had no idea that girl's blood, bone, and carnal fluid had run down her shower drain. How was it so different? She saw that pilot get skewered by a rifle shot right in front of her. They were trying to save her life. But Zal survived anyway, and that pilot died for nothing. It haunted her. But those things happened all the time. She'd already witnessed plenty of pointless wartime deaths. It was a given the enemy would try and kill her at any opportunity. That girl Claire died by her own hand, forced by what this place had done to her. Zal had spent much every morning staring at the mark that told her just how much suffering could be inflicted upon her by those she was meant to regard as allies. This ship was meant to be a respite from the battlefield. This place was meant to make surviving this war worth it. If there was no escape from it, what was it all for then? It never even crossed Zal's mind what happened to her room's prior occupant. She only knew the occupant was dead and nothing further. Whether they died in her room or not, whoever had left that room for her was sleeping in that bed until just recently. She could probably smell Claire. She had never even thought about it. She was sleeping on the same mattress Zal was using each night. If she looked, would she find her hair? Dead skin? Blood? Zal can only imagine how unhappy she'd been. Zal curled her knees to her chest. She wanted to get out of this place. She missed Ayane. She missed her old friends. She missed how things felt just yesterday. She fished her phone out of her pocket and flipped it open, hoping to see a message from Ayane. Her inbox remained as empty as she thought it would. As empty as when she bought it. She pressed through the menu pages, staring at Ayane's name and her contacts. Her cursor hovered over the new message button. What would she say to her? What would she say? It was so easy to just say how she was feeling to her old friends. When things felt as bad as this, she always messaged them. Staring at the empty screen, she thought of what Ayane had said to her, that she wanted to hear her complaints. Wasn't it okay to message her? Zal's grip tightened around her phone. But wasn't that just too much to share? This was as heavy as death. Zal clapped the phone closed. This wasn't the time to think about it. She stood up and grabbed the cart's handle. She was probably already in trouble for how long she'd taken. Despite everything, you still have to go to school. Totally not a trauma trigger or trauma trigger for violent and violating experiences. I thought it was interesting that the creator of this game actually found a way to have a school life setting with adults that didn't feel. I'll use my go-to example of Doki Doki Literature Club. When you start Doki Doki Literature Club, or if you look at the page details of the bio or whatever, they say that all characters in the game are 18 plus. Well, it's a high school, and characters from multiple grades are represented. It doesn't make any sense. It's just, well, a lot of not safe for work artists do because they don't want to get harassed. And I notice in like ADBL fiction, for example, they'll have like adult high school, and it'll just be like, you know, like this fantasy arbitrary thing. And sometimes there's a lot of thought put into it. I mean, there's some shit that has as much thought put into it as the Omegaverse for why these adults are in like high school or middle school or whatever, other than just, yeah, we have a middle school for adults. But like, this kind of setup works for the setting and stuff like that. And far be it me talking about it in the sense of, oh, you can have this thing where it's like, oh, this feels like school. This is like school characters, but in a setting where you don't have to worry about like, oh, like they're not adults and like you're being weird, which is, you know, what some people are like. And I'm like, I mean, I'm pretty sure we've already outed ourselves as Shoto Loli enjoyers. But we do understand that certain people are uncomfortable, and we definitely, on a completely different note, very much have our own criticisms of school life being a heavily relied upon genre in anime or anime adjacent things, and just in a lot of stories. There's just a lot of stories that are surrounding characters in a coming of age setting, or like younger characters in high school, and especially in something like a video game or something, it actually is quite, what's the word I'm looking for, quite useful to have such a nice structure. Like, if you ever play a Persona game, like having like school and holidays and like all that thing set up, and in school being an environment where you're learning a bunch of different things as opposed to like a 9 to 5. If you had Persona that took place in the office, you'd have to work harder to facilitate it making sense to be able to do different things and learn different skills and to have more variability, you know? Though a Persona-like game set in an office, I think, would be pretty interesting. But even as a writer, I find it's actually really easy to write stuff from, like, you know, a school perspective, regardless of what age the school people are. So I definitely like how there's still this availability for a school setting with adult characters, and my appreciation for that is actually coming from a place where I want more stories that, you know, reflect adult characters and have a like adult problems in them, because I'll love, like, you know, coming of age stories to death till the day I die, I'm sure, but like the fact that I can identify with Zao so strongly is in part because I'm an adult who feels like a child. I have been very much traumatized, and when I'm like in my worst mental states, trying to fawn really hard, trying to avoid punishment, it's from this like very much like very easy to say little headspace. This headspace of I am child, I did bad, and just like the role of child can be liberating, right? But in society, as it were, it is also a designation of the lesser. Like, in the role of child or like someone being infantilized is generally on the slave side of the master-slave dialectic. I'm talking about like, was it Frederick Engels type philosophy shit. But there's a framework for, like, I guess power dynamics in which one entity is subordinate to the other, and it's under a false dichotomy of it must be this way and they cannot be equals. Um, what is the roles and what dictates why they can't be equal can be different, but in terms of like a parent-child dynamic, or let's say a immature dynamic, you could even say like B and May and Night in the Woods, for example. There is an implication of one not being able to handle themselves, of one needing to be shepherded, of one like needing to be put in line. And I think about that a lot. And this game makes me think about that, and I love that it does. And if it had similar themes with literally high school characters, it would not hit the same for me. And I think that that's valuable. Also helps for legal reasons. Oh, to go to school? I mean, I guess. I skipped school a lot growing up. But that's not a conversation for now. That's a conversation for who knows? Maybe never. The rest of the school day went exactly as I expected it to. It was berated. She was berated and then ignored. Her classes all stuck on things she already knew or had no need to know. At least she noted pilots weren't particularly in the habit of bothering or bullying each other. Oh my god, that looks like a fucking subway station in Chicago on accident. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's on accident. I don't know the dev's life. No, these people are adults. Well, I'd say less legal reasons and more TOS reasons. It's funny to say, I know the law, and you can't have lolis and shotas in America in your fiction. Even in those compromising situations, it just has to be has to have some sort of artistic merit. Even if it's beyond the what a reasonable person would consider. Whatever a reasonable person is, would consider vulgar. Let's have some I forgot what the thing says. There's a Wikipedia page about it we've looked over for a video essay about it. Regardless though, I think it's more, it is, yes it is to cover their ass, but it's not technically illegal. And also it's super funny when it's just like blaringly obvious. I've actually seen like a Twitter Blue Sky artist where it's like all characters are 18 plus, even when they obviously aren't. In certain countries you can. I'm talking about America specifically. And Dan Salvato, I'm pretty sure is actually, he might be Canadian. I'm pretty sure he's Canadian. Some of my favorite artists who draw stuff live in those countries. Oh, that's fair. Gotta save your ass. If I ever have to flee America because of, well, anti-trans fascism, I guess I'll have to look that up. Climbing the steps from the train station into the base, Zhao found herself before a crowd of soldiers blocking the entrance through the main foyer. She stood watching the crowd for a moment, trying to figure out what it was all for. She'd never seen so many people here. A group of red-faced officers worked their way through the crowd, barking at the soldiers to form orderly lines. As Zhao slowly circled around the back of the room to get a better view, she saw a flash of black metal exchanging hands at the back in the front of the room. What the officers said rang in her ears. Back to normal. It was normal for any soldier to have a gun, including her. And today they were all being handed back. Oh boy. Four lawyers. It's four of us. I'm sorry, I just could not. I know it's supposed to be a tense moment. Before she knew it, she had run away. She couldn't even look at a gun. Not today. There were any number of fainted excuses she could give for how she missed it. She was studying outside and never heard the announcement. She was called out for something by Susie. She was under orders to be somewhere else. None of it will hold up, nor could she say any of it convincingly. But she couldn't stop herself from running. Pacing through the plazas, Zhao slowed to a stop in front of the hobby store. Everywhere she looked in this world built for waging war, she saw its weapons. And here, at this little store for hobbyists, she saw it all again. Miniaturized into a collector's toy set displayed in the window. The dragoons she had flown alongside yesterday was staring back at her once again. Zhao stood transfixed, her mind racking over the question posed by her by the all-too-familiar advertisement. What did she think? What did she think this was all before coming here? What did she think a pilot really was? Did she even think about it at all? She remembered her disbelief at seeing the store for the first time. It felt so wrong to sell these, right where pilots could see them. But why did she think such a thing was going to be separated? Why would the worlds of war and civilian life be so clearly delineated? What boundary did she think existed? After all, being put on the show was part of the job description. Until now, she had subconsciously thought that was a one-way mirror. Even in her most distant memories, war took center stage. In those playgrounds of war games, the kids nobody liked had to play the part of the duchy invaders being gunned down by the dozen. She was usually the first to be pelted with foam bullets. She remembered the cheap, articulated action fingers of dragoons that soared through the air in her hands. They each came packaged with a trading card, the Ace series. They had a photograph depicting the pilot, complete with a list of their medals, battles, and campaigns under their belt, and a breakdown of total confirmed kills. All of it was real, a biography of a living human. On the back of the boxes, the more complicated snap-together models, a similar cluster of information was on display. Every light dragoon was made to order for a specific pilot. It was only natural they themselves were part of the mystique. Ayane had told Zhao she would get a model made for her dragoon too sooner or later. Her results from her test flights told her that this was going to be true. She was numerically an ace in the making. The schematics of the Coquette were already being prepared into a plastic mold. When she decided how it was going to be painted, the designer Susie mentioned was probably going to be taking notes for the merchandising. Zhao had seen media training on the list of upcoming classes, but she hadn't given it much thought until now. Was she going to be prepared for her back of the box interview? Would there be a photo of her too? How long before she knew an ensign How long before she saw an ensign Rosali's trading card? She couldn't quite remember any of the specifics of her childhood favorite, a powder blue and orange dragoon. But she remembered being captivated by the photo on the card that came with it. A young, cheerful-looking woman posing with a thumbs up. At the time, she was no different than a television character. What did the blind girl giving the thumbs up really think about all this? How did she feel at the sight of children playing with weapons she made famous? As Zhao got older, she found herself surrounded by people who observed every little detail of the war, arguing over which dragoon could beat which, or what tactic could have turned Ed's battle around on wide date. Who was the strongest pilot? Who flew the fastest? Who would win in this matchup? Were Gauss guns better than the chemical propelled rifles? Tandem warheads or discarding Sabat? Was this pilot hot or not? She had grown more than distasteful of it by that point, but at the same time, her cynicism didn't make the war any more tangible than her childish admiration did. The humans inside those dragoons were mere symbols. They didn't have any thoughts back at the people who worshipped them. They lived in a separate world with much bigger things to think about. Perhaps a part of herself believed that they didn't think about it, so when she became a pilot, she wouldn't think about any of it either. But now she wondered. When the time came for her machine to be made into merchandise and her face printed on packaging, was some kid out there gonna grow up playing with it too? Would any of it show through in her photo of her face? Her disgust with herself? Her fear? The way she woke up in the morning gripped by terror and delusion? That she was a coward who ran away at the sight of a mere handgun. Zal turned away from the store. She paced down the strip of tiles, filled with anger at herself. She should have known better and thought it all through just a little harder. In the end, her sense of cynicism towards the war she felt so smart and superior to had only produced the same result as those warmongers. Her thinking was lazy and simplified. She thought she already knew every way it was going to hurt her. She thought she had made her decision rationally. She told herself it was just a transaction and she knew what she was getting into with all the pros and cons carefully weighed. She knew she was gonna be given a gun, but felt like nothingness of being given her dragoon. She thought it was nothing that she wouldn't even bat an eyelid at in comparison. She never imagined that the room she slept in would be a constant reminder of the worst that could come of being given one. She thought her commanders would abuse her, but she only imagined the simplicity of a baton. She thought this place would make her feel depressed, but only in the same way school did. Maybe this was karma catching up to her. She chose this job to benefit herself at the expense of others in the clearest possible terms. Was it only fair for it to kill her too? She never wanted to be a soldier. Whenever she struggled to find work in the past, enlistment had always loomed over her. Healthcare, accommodation, and good pay. It was always appealing, but the moral cost felt unconscionable. She hated this war and this ugly fleet. The duchy were the murderers of her parents, but she had never been able to hate them. She resented being told how to feel about their deaths. The enemy was nothing more than a nation of strangers. Whichever individual bore responsibility was dead or retired by now. Even if she wanted revenge, it wasn't going to come by going to the battlefield herself. The results that showed she was fit to be a Dragoon pilot came accidentally during a hospital stay. It was like winning a lottery ticket she had never even known she bought. The money in her account was now more than she'd ever seen in her life. More than she'd ever hoped to make in her life. She never respected soldiers. She told herself she would never stoop to their level. But the reality was, she hadn't made a good enough deal yet. Or, at that point, she didn't know she had a price until it was shown to her. Of course she was going to be punished for it. Hey Evie, if it does, feel free to tag out. This is a very heavy thing. It was interesting to get your perspective on military stuff, considering. And shit, we have a friend that was recently pressured to join the military by the person that was kicking them out. So it's been fresh in our minds just how the resources you are promised by going to the military are dangled in front of you, and all the guilt and all the stuff that's wrapped around with it. But I can only imagine what it's like for someone who's actually experienced it. Be kind to yourself, alright? Zal wandered down into the crop of trees at the base of the plaza. She wanted to be far away from people. away from noise. It wasn't all too long ago Ayane had taken her here for their little picnic to welcome Zio aboard. A part of her was hoping to run into Ayane here, she supposed. Zao crouched down behind a tree. This is where Fuffy had spoken to her last, too. Everything Fuffy had told her had came true. About this place, and what it would do to her. She brushed her off, but everything she had said to her had been haunting her this whole time. And now, she was punished for ignoring her warnings, too. Words you don't want to remember. Oh, we didn't actually get to see this conversation when it happened. So this is a flashback. Are you really sure you want... Are you really sure this is what you want? Yeah. I know you're scared. I am too. But it'll be okay. We'll work it out. We've always worked it out, right? I think this goes a little beyond working it out. Why did I give her that shitty line? What was I trying to be cute about? And then, why did I get angry at her? You don't like it here, do you? Zal looked past her. I can't stand it! You don't want me doing this. You told me that the whole time. Of course I don't want you doing this! I can't exactly turn back now. Why did she act like it was funny? I signed all the papers, they gave me a rank. I can't get a discharge just by asking for it. Even still, you don't have to do it. You can run away. You have money. You can take it all out before they realize. It didn't work like that at all. You see how big this place is? They kill deserters. Only if they catch you! Sal stared up at her. No other android would say such a thing. They could never recommend rule breaking or endangering oneself. She'd always wondered what made Fuffy so different. Probably that she'd been exposed to things she was never designed to endure. In this situation, the contradiction between the danger of staying and the danger of running away was not something they were built to handle. I can't do that. I want to stay. I want to make it work here. I want a decent life. None of this is decent! Killing people. This is killing people. You never once said the words yourself. You're pretending this whole time that it's just another job. This job means hurting people. You can't look away from it. I can't let you look away from it. Zal's next words came out slowly. And what if I want to hurt people? Why did she say that? To scare her off? In the present, Zal clutched her sides. That dream this morning had shown her the reality of it. She hadn't vomited like that in a long time. She didn't want to hurt anyone. Don't say that! Do you think I'm not guilty already? What do you think the ships I worked on were for? I was repairing and fitting weapons. That's what that job was. But you weren't the one using them. Does it really matter? Yes, it matters! You never saw what I saw in those ships. I saw exactly what those weapons did to people. And I helped anyway. Right over their dead bodies. I never took you along because I didn't want you to see. but I can't separate myself from it. You know they made us all sign waivers. We were participating in the war, legally speaking. Legitimate targets. That doesn't mean you want to hurt people. Does telling yourself that make it easier when you know you don't have a choice? Is that it? You were never meant to be like this. What was I meant for? You were meant to be happy, and I looked after you all this time. But now... You aren't my parent. I've never expected that from you. I just want you to make the right decisions. And what was the right decision? Fucking starving? Living day after day in that fucking shithole, no friends, no life, absolutely nothing ahead of me? There was nothing for me out there. There was no work I could have been happy doing. I never met a single person I could even speak to. There was nothing waiting for me there. Absolutely nothing. I'd rather die than go back. I'm completely serious. I don't think I could survive going back. I saw every day of it. So how can you say that to me? I can get out after this. I have something ahead of me after this. I can have a roof over my head. I can eat every day, whatever I want. I can go to school and study. I can meet people. I have something bearing my resemblance to an actual... I can have something bearing any resemblance to an actual fucking human life. Why don't you want that for me? Of course I want it, Zal. I've always wanted it, but not like this. I think I need some time to think. Are you leaving? Fluffy turned back to her. I'm not giving up on you, but I can't watch you like this. Fluffy was right about all of it, but Zal couldn't back down. She really would die if she went back. She would never be able to retire, even after a lifetime. It was just working for nothing until it eventually broke her. But it felt like she was gonna die here too. And what was the point of it all? If there's no right choice to make, does it matter which one you pick? What that girl in her room was struggling with might have felt like this. Susie mentioned it when she arrived. Claire had no next of kin, just like Zal. Without anywhere to go back to and without being able to find a place here, she was forced into a corner. Zal had wanted to die for as long as she could remember, but it never felt like such an immense threat. This place was cruel enough, lonely enough, and violent enough to kill you. She rubbed her face with her sleeve. How was she meant to go back to the base? She wanted to apologize to Fluffy. Zal knew she was around there somewhere. But what could she say? She had no solutions to offer her. The only person who accepted her without judgment was Ayane. But she was nowhere to be seen. Zal flipped open her phone, hoping once again to see a text from her. But her inbox was still empty. She wanted so badly to speak with her, but her fingers froze on the keys. Her cry for help was too much to send as a message first. Ayane knew she was in pain. She'd probably known from the moment they met. She wouldn't be bothered by Zal asking her for a shoulder to lean on. But now that she thought about it, Ayane knew what had happened to that girl too. And Ayane had known it was in that room. And that's why she insisted Zal stay with her. Was all this why Ayane was being so nice to her? Zhao clapped the phone closed. She couldn't think such horrible things. Her stomach growled at her. It was already past lunch. What was she meant to do? She couldn't eat at the barracks. And going out alone felt terrifying right now too. But seeing her moping will only make things worse. Time wouldn't pass any quicker just because she wanted it to. Eating was her only choice right now. She had to stop those feelings from getting worse. But where could she go? Somewhere away from the base? A place other soldiers didn't like to hang around? The food she liked? And where she wouldn't feel scared to go alone? Well, the answer came so quickly it made her groan. What a useless bit of good fortune. Wibbleburger! We're going to Wibbleburger. Again! Wibbleburger! I swear I feel like that text is like something out of like Reservoir Dogs or something. Yay! If you don't know, Wibbleburger is where robot stuffed animals are basically a maid cafe. It's great.
I love the music transition here too. It makes me think of a morning. Especially like right after your trauma and getting kicked back into headspace.
I don't know which song this is like, but you're right. This is very much like like one of the Headspace World songs. I want to say like a Space Boy related stuff, like in that area. Oh yeah, you need a little bit of relief from the trauma. Welcome to Wibbleburger! Zhao awkwardly waved to the plushies as she entered. She could feel her sweat sticking to her face. Hi, table for one. Of course, sit any way you like, a toy responded cheerfully. Zhao looked over the restaurant for a place to sit. Would you like a petting ticket? A plushie asked. Zhao hesitated for a moment. Is Pompilion free? Of course, she'll be right with you. Thank you. Zhao took a seat as far away as she could from the other customers, pushing herself into the corner of the booth to stay out of sight. She stared at the window's reflection, trying to gauge how distressed the girl looked back at her seemed. Coming here had probably been a mistake. She didn't want to be seen by anybody. Every little noise, every placed glass or rattling of cutlery, or bell ringing from the kitchen made her flinch. Oh, it's you again. Where's Miss Ayane? Papillion asked when she arrived at the table. Zhao jumped. I haven't seen her today. I felt like I forgot where I was for a moment there. That was always a bad habit. Well, another day of peace and quiet for me at least, Pompilion said dryly. Yeah, about that. Zhao shrank in her seat. Everything was so noisy here. Why didn't she even come? Pardon my directness, but are you quite alright? I don't think so. Pompilion sighed, placing herself on the table in front of Zhao. If you want cheering up, you could have picked a lot better than me. You're the only one I know. What troubles you so? I'm a good listener. I don't know if I can say. I take the confidentiality of my customers quite seriously. Oh, it's just... It's horrible! I can handle horrible. That's what I'm designed for, I suppose. To a certain extent. Zhao added mentally. Come on, you can tell me what's bothering you. So something really bad happened and I don't feel like I don't feel like I can't go back. And I don't know where Ayane is, so I don't have anyone to talk to. Tears welled up in her eyes. Damn, that's some ugly ass crying. Whew, I love that shit. That's profile picture worthy, honestly. Oh no! I have been threatened with a good time. Zhao recoiled. God, I'm sorry. No, don't be. That sounds dreadful. Zhao couldn't say anything more. There. Look. Don't worry about the time limit today. I'll keep you company, okay? Thank you. That's the least I could do. Please. And I'll give Ayani a whack on the head for leaving you alone like that. No, it wasn't on purpose. I don't know really where she is. You two were playing with your phones and I saw you. Can't you message her? I can, but... It felt stupid to put into words. I don't know if we're close enough for that. I'll spare you from being whacked today. Sorry. Will you stay with me while I eat? I don't want to eat at the barracks. Of course I will. I'm not so sure how to sound sweet about taking your order though. Oh, are you allowed to pick something for me? I don't know a lot about the food here. That's the first time I've ever been asked, so let me think. If I could eat, I'd have this one. Papillion pointed to an image of an enormous hamburger and a chocolate milkshake. I'm sure statistically, this is the best meal for cheering someone up. Humans like indulgence. Oh, okay. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's so amazing how I know I've seen this. But it's another thing entirely to see it up close in context. This is so good. Also makes me want a fucking burger, unfortunately. Or I guess food in general. Zhao sniffled, doing her best to fit the oversized hamburger in her mouth. There, eating you'll grow up big and strong, Papillion cooed. Yay, Big Sis is gonna make me food! Zhao couldn't help but let out a little snort laugh. It was really good. She mumbled through a mouthful of burger. I told you, not that I know myself. I'm sorry for crying. I think most adults come here so they can cry. That's a little depressing. You think so? I think it's healthy. Everyone has to cry sometimes. I don't like crying. Don't soldiers get punished for crying? You're the only soldier here. When I was little, I was always punished for crying. That's a terrible thing. I'm not here to punish you, so eat up and cry as much as you need to, okay? Okay. Lilac Fleet, Special Division Dragoon Command Foyer. Zhao slowly made her way up the steps into the foyer. She had no more excuses for avoiding the base. She couldn't be absent again for dinner either. It was just like at school. She couldn't help herself coming back, but she could still avoid being given a gun. She could keep avoiding it forever, probably. How could anyone prove she didn't have it? After today, nobody was gonna think about it. They just assumed she'd already received one. Could they punish her for not having one? Was there any specific regulations saying that she was to be armed outside of her dragon? She felt like she was being watched from behind as she stepped through the gate. Her every thought was inviting that exact kind of punishment. Her unease around the issue was going to give her away. All anyone would have to do was ask if she had received a firearm and she'd break into a sweat immediately. She was going to get caught any second now. Ah, fuck. Hill is not fun. She dresses cute though. Zhao froze to the sight of Hill exiting the offices. In just a few seconds, she had been caught. Rosales. Hill raised her hand to beckon Zhao over. Yes, ma'am? Zhao darted over to her. Hill looked down at her for a moment before she spoke. Zhao knew she had run away. She knew Zhao had run away. She'd probably been looking for her the whole time. Zhao didn't meet Hill's gaze. She was somewhat shocked by the expression looking back at her. She wasn't at all the picture of fear or disappointment Zhao was expecting. What was Hill thinking as she looked at her? As you heard this morning, the base is returning to normal operations. Yes. As such, you're to formally be issued your service pistol. Come with me. According to your file, you already have a firearm certification, is that correct? Yes, ma'am. Class 4. That makes this process simpler. Zhao followed her behind her dutifully. She was expecting curses and abuse, but instead it seemed like a great melancholy was hanging over the lieutenant. Seeing her not be mean makes me want to top her. Horse manure smells like crime. If you say so, I'm not gonna finish that sentence. Welcome to stream. Whenever they arrived at her door, Hill only gave a brief instruction to wait outside. Zhao stood in silence, waiting for her to return. An unusual amount of time had begun to pass for picking up a single object. The lieutenant eventually returned holding up black handguns. I read that too fast. Staring at it in her hand. Hill closed her eyes for a moment and took a breath, as if recalling her lines from a script. You will have received the regulations on sidearms in your orientation materials, but I'd like to reiterate them in person. Pilots are issued handguns for self-defense only, and they are to be kept in their quarters until they are taken on missions. Leaving the base with any firearm without appropriate cause is a severe offense. Applications must be made before making use of the firing range. Hill spoke mechanically. She was angry, but not angry at Zhao. Her eyes met Zhao's. That is to say, keep it in your quarters, and only remove it when you're instructed to do so. Am I clear? Yes, ma'am. Zhao nodded, holding her hand out to receive the weapon. It's actually funny. I recently thought to myself, I really need to do a gun study, so I'm probably going to be drawing some guns soon. I don't think I've ever I plead the 5th? I'm gonna just plead the 5th there, as is my right. Do you have a holster? Hill asked, placing the gun into Zhao's hand. Why am I getting a feeling of like what's that game called? Where it's like top down and you're shooting everything, and it's like a drug trip. It's like a super big indie darling. Something Miami? Hotline Miami. There we go. I feel like maybe it's with the drifting of the like hand or whatever. I'm just like, wow, Zal's about to go Hotline on Miami on this place, huh? Zal would never go Hotline on Miami. Not on me, no. Why? Right. You never received the instruction. Put it in your bag then. I can go and get it. I don't think I should. I'm not waiting here for you. But what if it goes off? Are you certified or not? I am. Then you know how to handle it. Just take it back to your quarters and try to have some discretion about it. Yes, ma'am. You're dismissed. Hill left immediately. Zhao couldn't understand the look on her face. Zhao stuffed the handgun into her bag immediately, terrified at the thought of her being seen holding it. I think there's something with Hill. Maybe Hill knew Claire maybe a little bit more personally, or maybe she saw her last before she died. I mean, because, you know, just like what Susie said before, it's like, I'd rather go about this a different way, referring to like the mental health worries, but like my hands are tied, I'm supposed to go about this a very specific way, which is kind of like, on one hand, like, well, you know, there's a lot of stuff we don't do by the book. We could just, you know, look the other way. And it's like, if it ends up causing problems later down the line, it's gonna be my ass. And that is how everything operates here. Zhao shut and locked the door behind her. Her breath was short and rapid. It felt like being made to commit a crime. She was carrying something terrible. She slung the bag over her shoulder, gently lowering it over the onto the table. She didn't even check the safety. She had to get rid of this thing. Slowly reaching into the bag, her fingers groped around the plastic and metal until she found the safe end of it. Zhao's hand shook slightly around the gun as she pulled it out. She had to make sure it wouldn't fire. She didn't even check before putting it in her bag. Examining for an external safety, her implant memory told her it didn't even have one. Before she could raise her disgust that such a thing was even put into production, her memory answered her. It was an intentional feature. It was a gun designed for cops and soldiers to kill with the instant they unholstered it, without a moment of hesitation. Another specific purpose. How could she have put something like this in her bag so haphazardly? If the trigger had caught on anything, then... But Hill knew that too, and she told her to do it anyway. Zhao herself knew what the gun was the second she laid her eyes on it, but she did it anyway too. Her disordered train of thought had begun to catch up to how the gun felt in her hand the whole time. And why she put it in her bag without a thought? It was far too light. Her hands moving automatically, Zhao pressed the magazine release and cautiously slid it out. The magazine was empty. Pulling the slide back revealed the same inside the chamber. A mix of relief and trepidation tugged at her from both ends. The gun wouldn't fire. But what did it say that they didn't give her any bullets? Lilac Fleet Special Division Dragoon Command Cafeteria. She is the exact kind of person who will go Hotline Miami. There's a reason real militaries try to root out people who can't handle the pressure or are mentally unstable during recruitment. Oh, right. Oh, is that why so many people who end up being cops and end up scared of acorns were also often end up to be military rejects? I hear a lot about... Yes. Big Sis confirms. But more confirmation won't hurt. Yeah, that's just a floating thought I was like, it's funny how the military like outs some of the type of people that the cops seem to be fine with. Never understood that part. Also, her lackluster gun safety would be a serious write-up too. Yeah. But I mean, I think the context of this entire thing is that she is not prepared for this. Like, that's like hammered home at each and every level. And I mean,
she has a therapist that really understands her.
She, if only. Hill is so fucking callous.
Like her.
Gosh. I don't know. I mean, it seems like there's a bit of negligence going around, and definitely a bit of, well, shit, I don't know, like everyone passing the buck, you know?
He's using a lot of heavy lifting.
Yes, that's why so many cops are military rejects. We call them gravy seals. I don't know why it only hit today, but we didn't know that you were a vet until today, Evie. It makes sense that you're so. It makes sense you're so gun positive now that I think about it in that regard. I say that not to say that you have to have military experience to be gun positive. I'm gun positive, but I didn't used to be.
It also means that you have a lot more like training and experience and like gun safety though, which means you're a lot more comfortable around them.
True.
And if you understand something and like manage it like relatively safe, a lot more positive.
Oh yeah. Oh, I guess thinking like that. For the average person, a gun is like a stick that shoots fire that is really dangerous. And someone who has training on it and discipline about it and knows how to respect it is going to be able to express enjoyment about it in a way that's different than simply being like enthusiast in a far away way.
Oh yeah, you hit on it exactly. Some of the other chapters earlier like go heavily into exactly that. The pilots get like extremely preferential treatment. And that's also why they don't have like the military terminology going on, because they aren't like trained for it outside of the GI putting stuff into them. Because they don't have to go through that sort of like military training. They're just kind of thrown into the cockpit and
Yeah, I guess the trade-off is they're not as disciplined, but they do still get the job done, and they kind of act as not empty vessels, but like very like I'll say not full vessels for the military training program that the military like wants. It's just dumped into their head when they get into the cockpit, so they don't really care outside of that. And there's a lot of preferential treatment, not just of her being an upcoming ace, though I think that's part of it too, but just from being a Dragoon pilot in general. Dragoon pilots are the best of the best of the best, with honors. Vet circles are the only place I feel. Oh, sorry. We aren't quite a vet, but I have more or less the same trauma. Vet circles are the only place I feel like my trauma can be understood. We'll spend a lot of time in military circles. Ah, I see. Past tense, not anymore. Zal stood waiting in line for dinner, staring at the selections of meals behind the glass to avoid meeting anyone's line of sight. She couldn't shake the feeling that she'd been marked somehow, and everyone around her could see it. A shiver ran down her spine. She'd been a target before. In the early learning center, she would have been harassed after waiting for meals, while waiting for meals just like this. Without gravity to plant one's feet, the lines were waiting for meals and such were kept straight by grabbing the shoulder of the child in front of you. Without gravity to plant one's feet, the lines were, while waiting for meals and such, were kept straight by grabbing the shoulder of the child in front of you. Except it had become a popular joke amongst the children to refuse to touch that. She was dirty, diseased, sick, and contagious. I have two separate lines of trauma related to that cross mingling in my head. I love having a soul bond of someone who had just as much trauma as me, who I knew very intimately and knew about so much of their trauma. So now it's like polymerization. but trauma. Wow. I'm such an interesting fucked up individual. Well, individual within a non-individual, I suppose. It was easy enough to get rid of her. Just stick the mouthpiece of an unwanted liquid ration into her collar and Sorry, my mouth was hanging open. I did not expect just her recalling her bullying to be this. Oh no, it feels very real.
It's very personal.
Yes, it definitely feels very personal. It's like, even before finishing the fucking paragraph, I'm just like stunned. Except, it had been a popular joke among the children to refuse to touch Zhao. She was dirty, diseased, sick, and contagious. It was easy enough to get rid of her. Just stick the mouthpiece of an unwanted liquid ration into her collar and squeeze. And then Zhao would be forced to bathe instead of getting her meal, and nobody would have to touch her while they waited in line. Zhao bit her lip. Why did she keep doing this to herself? She never lived her life in the present. She knew she was doing it, but how was she meant to stop? She couldn't stop her dreams from playing back those memories and digging it all up again. Do you mind if I cut in? A familiar voice asked from behind Zhao. Be my guest. The pilot behind Zhao's side, looking at Susie's officer's pins and taking a step back. I found you. Susie? I thought we should have dinner together. Yeah? Susie and Zhao sat down together on the far edge of the room, far away from the territory claimed by the Dragoon pilots. Zhao had gotten a plate of spaghetti and meatballs again. It seemed popular enough to be served every day. Lucky for her. If you're gonna talk about what I think you're gonna talk about, I won't be able to eat. I'm serious. Of course. Let's eat first then. I guess to switch topics. Have you seen Murakawa today by any chance? Susie asked, arranging her plate. Zhao shook her head. No, I haven't. She's been absent all day. I think she's trying to avoid being reprimanded for skipping assembly. Though now, she's dug quite a hole for herself. You probably get the idea already, but this is pretty standard behavior for her. Yeah, I can imagine. Sorry, I won't distract you. Let's eat. No, it's okay. It's good to have company when I eat. Coffee. So, Susie began to speak. Why couldn't you just have told me? Susie looked back at her for a moment. Zhao felt awful for snapping at her. Because there are strict regulations regarding these things. I can only do what I'm allowed to do. Even for a pilot, this is one of the few things we can't walk away from with just a slap on the wrist. I know that's not an excuse, but we can't break this rule. It's prohibited to even compile data on suicides of soldiers, let alone publish it. Officers must never confirm when it's happened, even in conversation. I didn't know. Normally, they are treated as accidental deaths or reported as KIA. This is what families are told too. In this case, what General Lang said today was an exception. By confiscating pilot's firearms, Special Division responded to Grassy's death in a manner that acknowledged its nature. Of course, I support this. These policies are abhorrent. We didn't want another incident. And so, as you heard this morning, as punishment for the division, her death has now been marked as desertion. Normally, they wouldn't go so far, but since she had no relatives, there's no need for a polite cover story. Except all her records are going to be... I expect all of her records to be expunged. She'll have never been a pilot in the first place. They're still deciding on what's going to happen to me and the other squadron leaders for it. I'm sorry you got caught up in all of this. As far as room assignments go, I'm afraid that was just bad luck. It's a random number set by a computer. The officers and personnel don't know which rooms have histories like that. They can't access that information since it doesn't exist in the first place. There's a hole in the tiles of the shower from where it happened. Susie gave a placid look, removing her glasses for a moment. Oh, for fuck's sake! The fucking Clemens! Sorry. I shouldn't curse. It's okay. I'll make sure it fits properly. Don't trouble yourself over it. I'm really, really sorry. It's not your fault. I'm sorry this has been quite the crash course on how mismanaged this whole place is. Yeah. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. Yeah, I will. Special Division Dragoon Command Foyer. This has just been a rotating carousel of sadness. When it rains, it pours. It was like, oh, the thing that would have mentally prepared you for everything, I'm not allowed to do. And the emotional blowback for me not being able to tell you, you're also being punished for. Yay! Now, why am I so positive about guns? I have so much respect for military personnel as I do. Kind of difficult to be harsh when you've been through a similar hell. I understand empathy. I don't know. I mean, I have the empathy. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's also just the image of the gun nut. Because being gun positive and being pro-military do not necessarily go hand in hand. And there's a lot of people, like, especially, you know, like doomsday preppers, who idealize, like, finally being able to use their gun without consequence. And I guess kind of like Call of Duty enthusiast gamers, they take up so much space in, like, so much visible space in, like, a layperson's, like, view of it all. It's hard to distance them from the image, especially, you know, with how the MRA and stuff is and whatnot. So so it's a little bit harder for me, but also because of my body's skin color, I'm under a lot more scrutiny of having a gun. Like, a lot more. I mean, I've only held a gun twice in my life. One was my parents' gun, who was a cop. Because I was told that if we were ever in trouble, like we were getting robbed in public, she would pretend to have an asthma attack and ask for an inhaler, and I should dig through her purse and pull the gun out and kill the person. And she said, "Don't worry, it's self-defense." It's fine, actually. But we're not here to talk about my sordid history.
Here, child, defend me.
Well, I mean, if we're getting robbed, I could be a hero, just like my mommy. I'm a big anti-war advocate. I hate the military-industrial complex for what it does to soldiers and civilians alike. Oh yeah, I definitely have a more nuanced view than I think a lot of people on the left. I think that sometimes any group can get monolithic with thinking about the other, and I think that I think it's very unfortunate that liking guns or knowing a lot about guns is pretty much synonymous with, for a lot of people, with being like right wing or being really like stern and militaristic at the very least, or even just not valuing life. You know, like hunters and stuff. And you know, it's funny because it's like hunters, and you know, imagine a hunter is like, wait, no, a hunter is supposed to respect life, and it's like, when I think of native hunters, I think of hunters that respect life. When I think of a white American hunter, I do not think that. Oh yeah, I mean, I would expect you to have a hard time thriving as you've done in our community if you were pro-cop. So, I wasn't worried. There was no religion in the world Zhao grew up in, but all the familiar terms stuck around regardless. Morality plays about sin and evil were still commonly recited, the necessary language for understanding the ancient earth. Even if the Lilac had no belief in God, they held on to every scrap of history they could find, and all that came with it. Ooh, excuse me. Karma, fate, sin and judgment, all that remained in the collective psyche. Making a deal with the devil. For the first time, Zhao felt like she truly understood what that meant. Nobody in those stories ever actually got what they wanted. Purpose of excursion? Purpose of excursion? A bored-looking gate guard asked Zhao. I just want to go for a walk. The guard eyed her suspiciously. You don't have the authority to stop me, do you? I can't go back to that room. I can't keep walking in circles around the base. I can't sleep. Can't do anything. Where can I go? If I just keep walking, what will happen? Will I be arrested? Will nothing happen at all? Oh, I wonder if she's gonna stumble upon a Simma's bar. Oh, arcadey times. I love how Dev went above and beyond. I wonder if any of these arcade cabinets are references to other games, like maybe other devs' games? Because these seem to be in a few different art styles. It makes me curious. Because if some of these are from games, I will play the shit out of them. Especially that one on the far left called Gridwalker. Cute girls. Zhao found herself wandering through the arcade outside the base. She walked from aisle to aisle of the machines, pretending she was deciding on something to play. Ayane wasn't here either. Why was she still hoping to run into her by a chance? If she had just messaged Ayane, she would answer. She knew that. She sat down on the stiff couch, fidgeting with her phone. It all just felt like too much to say. She didn't want to find out the limits of their friendship so quickly. If she wanted to be a good friend to her, the least she could do was learn to take care of herself. She knew that thought was just cruel self-justification the second it passed through her head. Really, she knew Ayane cared about her. She knew she'd listen. She already had people like that. people she'd known for years. She spent her whole life fantasizing about what her life was gonna be like aboard the ship. She wanted to spend her life with people she already knew, with the friendships she had already nurtured, and the places she had already been told so much about. She'd had them, and she lost them all. Her life wasn't meant to be like this. She wasn't meant to be relying on somebody she'd only just met. She wasn't meant to be living here as a soldier. I'm no good at making friends. And frankly, I don't want to be making friends at this age to begin with. When I was younger, the only friends I had I made online. They all lived here, aboard the ship. They were kind, supportive people. I met them at the worst point of my life, and I only really made it through because of them. I spent all the time I could chatting with them, getting to know them, their interests, their dislikes. I was getting to know myself too, as best I could. We all loved dissecting shows, cartoons, video games. We all wanted to make things. They gave me the confidence to start writing. They're the only people to ever read any of it. At first, we only knew each other through our screen names, but it wasn't long before we started sharing everything about ourselves with each other. Personally, I never liked taking pictures of myself. I didn't have good enough internet to make video calls. I wasn't really confident enough either. Even just using my voice felt too hard, but still, even if I couldn't participate myself, it was nice to see their faces. These wonderful friends who didn't know my face or the sound of my voice. At first that didn't matter. We were all sad, lonely kids who bonded over shared interests. Who else were we gonna bond with but people just like us? As we got older, slowly but surely, the way they talked to each other began to change. Before I knew it, out of my sight, they were starting to meet in real life too. It never even occurred to me. I knew it was impossible for me right from the start, so I just assumed it was for everyone else too. I never asked where any of them lived. In the end, I was the only odd one out, stuck outside of the walls of the ship. I thought even in my fantasies, if I really met these people, I wouldn't be as comfortable as I hoped I would be. I was scared of speaking to anyone. But they all did just fine. They all changed. They all got more confident. They found jobs, they went to school, made friends, and found partners. They became real, accomplished human beings. Names of people, places. Last Friday, that one weekend, all began to slip into our shared conversations. I was so far away on the other side of the fleet. I wanted to talk more and more, but they all had less and less time for it. The people around me were all cold and cruel. I was never able to understand them, and they never understood me. But with these friends, I always felt understood. They listened to me. They all felt sorry for me. They all had sympathy for me. They all told me, wish you were here. I knew what kind of world it's possible to live in. A world of comfort, support, love, and kindness. A world where your friends help you move a bed frame into your new apartment. A world where you stay up late together working on manuscripts and sketches. A world where you play fight over who's gonna be the bridesmaid at the wedding. A world where you cry in front of someone and not get laughed at. I know, but I only know secondhand. They were all misfits like me. That's how we all gravitated towards each other. None of us got along with our families. Not that I had one. We weren't doing well in school. We were scared of society in the future. We obsessed over the same thing, shared our creative work with each other, developed our own weird little language. I have so many stupid phrases and jokes stuck in my head now that I can't share with anyone anymore. The way they talked about finding each other was like having a real family for the first time. I felt it too. At least for a little while. Once they became adults, they went to the same universities, rented share houses together, helped each other find jobs in the same areas. They lived together, worked together, made art together. A lot of them started dating or even getting married. We were scared of the world and got by because we made one of our own. And when that world became real, I wasn't there to live in it. What used to be the main way we all spoke to each other became secondary material. The final few words shared together before bed or arranged to get together for the next day. They didn't need chat rooms for actual conversation anymore. As they spent more time in the real world, they found their own way of connecting to it. Gay bars, libraries, galleries, convention halls, PC cafes, hobbyist clubs, music venues. A university was like a whole little world in of itself. All these formative memories they made with each other, I didn't exist in any of them. I wonder, at what point did I become just a fan of them instead of their friend? I didn't exist in anyone's memory. I'm not a part of anyone's life. I haven't laid down my roots anywhere. I don't have a decade's worth of knowing anyone. Do I even exist in this world? I threw it all away when I left for the military. I scrubbed every account. I was sick of seeing it. I was sick of being a hanger-on to these people's lives. So much more real than my own. I lost my phone and laptop in that shuttle, so even if there was a way of getting it back, it's all just space debris now. They probably all think I'm dead. I had said enough miserable things over the years. Even though I fulfilled my dream of living on this ship, I didn't want to meet any of them. None of them would even recognize me anyway. How am I meant to face any of them wearing this uniform? They all hated the war and hated the military. I hated it too. I still hate it. I hate it more than any of them could even imagine. But unlike them, I wasn't born here, so what choice did I have in the end? You can't even visit without a permit. Citizenship was a pipe dream. Now I'm here, all by myself. What exactly was my plan with all this? I'd do my time in the military and that was my way in? I'd survive somehow. I'd have enough money to buy a home, hopefully. I'd try to pick up all useful skills, get a job, start a business. I don't fucking know. Either way, the easiest way to make money is to already have a bunch of it. I knew it was right about that much. But those roots that take a decade or even longer to grow, I won't have those. I won't have anyone waiting for me once I'm there. I'm surviving. But I need more than this. I'm not an animal. I need safety and security. I need real help. I need to stop waking from nightmares, screaming and begging for my life. More than anything, I need a community. I need people. I need a family. I have to stay in this miserable fucking place, risking my life for a nation I don't believe in just so I can start from scratch later than everyone else. Am I even capable of that? Am I gonna blow my brains out before I get there? Hey, even if I can, will anyone need me? There's people I wanted to be with, who grew up around others, loved others, formed communities with others. They already found all that, long before I arrived. Zal looked down at the barrier, towards a pair of train tracks, around 3 stories down. The cold air stung her face. They probably all think I'm dead. What difference would it make if I really was? I don't need a gun to do it. I could just jump from here face first. I would split my head open or break my neck. It'd be over pretty much instantly. Would it be better off that way? How long would it take for someone to notice? The trains were most likely automated. She pictured the next train that passed through here, hitting her dislocated, crumpled body, splattering it into pieces. By the time morning came, there'd be nothing left of me. Like being strangled from behind, she jolted backwards and staggered to keep from her footing. The image splashed across her mind of laying on those train tracks, still alive after her fall. Blood pouring from her wounds, her limbs twisted and broken, bone protruding through flesh, begging for someone to rescue her, begging herself to take back that stupid decision. The light of the oncoming train thundering towards her. Her knees buckled, and she fell into a crouch, wrapping her arms around her head and stifling a scream. I don't want to die! I don't want to die. I don't want to. I can't think that. I can't. She clutched her face, breathing deeply. Just calm down. Calm down, okay? How could she treat death so lightly? There were countless times she had been hurt so badly it could have killed her. Even just recently, drifting through that battlefield, she didn't want to die. She knew for certain that she wanted to be alive, more than anything. So why do I still think things like this? I know I want to live. I know. What the fuck is wrong with me? I made it here alive, didn't I? Why am I feeling this way now? I don't want to be alone. I can't spend time with someone without freaking out completely. Everyone I meet thinks I'm ill. Everyone except Ayane. But I'm scared. There's nothing inside me. And when she realizes that, it's all over. I'm not cute at all! The rotting corpse of human skin. Sal ran her hands through her hair, fighting the urge to wind it into her fist and pull. Runaway thoughts cascaded like space debris, every insult to herself splintering into the next. More than anything, she wanted a pair of arms to gently wrap around her from behind, a soft voice to tell her things were gonna be fine. She breathed in and began counting before exhaling. Crossing her arms and gripping her shoulders. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just scared. I'm scared of flying again. I'm scared of what happened to that girl. I'm scared of being around people all the time. I've never lived a life connected to others. Every connection I've ever had just feels like another layer of roleplay. I was never really their friend. It was just a game we all played because it made us feel better. I got something real out of it, but I couldn't. That's why I stopped writing. I don't know a thing about it. About life. About other people. I wrote about love. I wrote about bodies. I wrote about beauty. I wrote about intimacy, friendship, closeness. But no matter how much I tried to escape into writing, there were people who really got to live the characters I wrote. I can never beat them. But I still can... It can still change. I have to believe that, right? Why did I come here for otherwise? What did I come here for otherwise? She rubbed her shoulders up and down, imagining it as that unseen figure holding her from behind. It felt pathetically lonely every time she did it. But she had no choice but to cling to the things that calmed her down. One new message! Ayane, 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 ayane. If anyone in chat identifies it, Zal, my heart goes out to you. And also my pants. Well, I don't know. Your pants are. I'm assuming your pants are drier than mine. So actually, your pants going out to me would actually be more useful. Zal flinched, a sudden sound snapping her out of her thoughts. Was it her pager? Was she being told to come back to base? Zal rifled through her pocket, digging out her pager. There was nothing on it. Her hand moved to her other pocket. It was the pink phone she bought with Ayane, and on it was the first message it had ever received. You awake? I am, yeah. What's up? Can't sleep. Do you want to come over? I want to watch more of that cartoon you showed me. I'll be a little bit. I'll be a little while. Is that okay? Take your time, babe. Lilac Fleet, Special Division Dragoon Pilot Barracks. Zal stood at Ayane's door, hand hovering over the doorbell. What was she meant to say to her? Why am I just standing here like an idiot? Also, this text looks like Always Sunny text. Attachment trauma! Love her t-shirt. I don't know if Fantasia noticed it, but I never did. And Big Sis pointed out to us when she played it. Oh wait, is that character on there a reference to Heaven Will Be Mine? I think so. I think that's one of the characters from Heaven Will Be Mine. Hi, hi. I gleefully greeted Zal as she entered. Hi. You don't look so hot. Did something happen? Not really. I can tell that's a lie. Ayane rubbed her neck. Sorry. I take it you've had a pretty rough day. All the more reason to hang out with me, yeah? Yeah. Ayane flopped into her bed, gesturing for Zal to join her. Come on. You can talk to Big Sis Ayane. Zal slowly ambled over to the space beside her. She curled up against the wall with her knees tucked to her chest. Where were you today? I just went for a walk. I fell asleep around lunch in a park. Just one of those days, I guess. Yeah. I only examined Zal's expression. Do you want to tell me about your day? I don't know. When you answer like that, it makes me even more curious what's going on. Just tell me what's on your mind. I don't care what it is. Everyone thinks I'm a fuck up. Hey, welcome to the club. Zal did not laugh. Alright, bad joke. I don't think you're a fuck up. Zal wrung her hands together. When you texted me, I was thinking of jumping onto the train tracks. I was looking right at them. I couldn't do it though. Obviously. What the fuck am I saying? That isn't funny. Lieutenant Hill thinks I'm gonna do it. She's been thinking that this whole time. Susie too, probably. I don't think Susie thinks that. I don't think that. It's already happened, though. With Claire. She did it in my room and nobody told me. They gave me a gun today without any bullets. I'm not dumb enough to miss the message. Zhao, you should stay here for the night, okay? She wanted to snap back something stupid at her, but the look in Ayane's eyes stopped her in her tracks. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said all that. No. No, it's okay. It just... Fuck. I don't know what to say. I don't want you to die, Zhao. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Claire. I got put on leave when it happened. Oh. I knew it would just make you feel how I felt. I didn't know if I should tell you or how to tell you. That isn't an excuse, I know, but... Zhao looked at her alarmed. You're crying. Of course I'm fucking crying! Do you have any idea what you just said to me? Like... I'm sorry. I care about you. I really fucking care about you. Ayane clutched her knees. I'm sorry I wasn't there today. I'm really, really sorry. I could have just messaged you, but I didn't. You can always text me, or call me, or whatever. Ayane wiped her face on her shirt collar. I'm sorry. I didn't know how to react like that. You're here and you're alive. That's the important part. If you're angry at me for not telling you about her, that's okay. I'm not. I just couldn't bring myself to message you. I don't know why, I just couldn't. And I'm sorry for just blurring all that out. I didn't mean to. That was just really selfish. Without a word of reply, Ayane tackled Zhao into the bed. Her body heaved with sobs as she clung to her. Why was Ayane the one crying right now? Ayane? You really piss me off sometimes. It's like you've already forgotten everything I said yesterday. But I don't care if you don't believe me, because I'll just say it as many times as I have to. I don't want you to disappear. I don't want you to leave me here alone. I can't say that to anyone but you. Haven't you figured that out yet? Ayane was right about all of it. I've been acting like yesterday never happened at all. She laughed about hurting herself right in front of her, as if it didn't matter at all. I hate flying. I hate waking up every day wondering if I'm gonna get killed. I hate every fucking officer and every fucking pilot on this base. But I like you. I like every day I spend with you. You can't get matching phones with me and then go and get yourself killed. Tears rolled down Zal's face. She raised her arms to Ayane's back, hugging her in turn. I'm so sorry. Why had she said all that to her? I felt like waking up from a dream only to find out she'd really done everything in it. She had no excuse to give Ayane. Of course, hearing that would hurt her. Why didn't she think that? Just how inhuman was she in her own mind? Did she think Ayane would laugh with her about it? Zal could finally see the obvious. But it was too late to take any of it back. It was a long time before Ayane spoke again. Her body was so warm, but Zal still shivered beneath her. She knew Ayane hated it when she apologized to her over and over, but Zal did it anyway. Zal, it's okay. It's not okay. I didn't expect to cry like that. I didn't either. I just really care about you. I need you to know that. But, well, I don't want you to feel so guilty either. I'm not mad at you. I should feel guilty. I'm being really fucking crazy. Zal! I don't want to hear you say things like that either. Yeah, I'm sorry. Ayane raised herself back up and took a deep breath. It's not like I don't get it. I think about that kind of thing too. Always have. So yeah. And I think being here, you're bound for a complete mental breakdown sooner rather than later. You can talk to me. I know it's about more than Claire. I know you've been pretty on edge since you got here. Sorry. I don't care what it is. I just don't want you to just say it's nothing and move along. Everyone knows that trick and it doesn't work. I know you've probably seen stuff I can't even imagine growing up out there. I can't picture your life at all. But I still want to listen. I don't care if it's completely fucked up or whatever. This place is too much to deal with alone, and I want to think we can talk to each other if we're both stuck here together. If we don't even have that, then just please, I'm really begging you to talk to me here. Zal looked down at her hands. She was squeezing her fingers together until they hurt. It was scary to talk, even a little. But she had no other choice. She worried over and over about what the ways she might hurt Ayane, but it never even crossed her mind she'd do it by being so distant to her. When it was put in front of her, it was so obvious. Ayane wanted her trust. Of course she'd be hurt by Zal refusing to believe in her. Yay! This game helped me understand my girlfriend more. I really needed this scene. It was very healing in a way. After all the trauma that is this chapter. Real! And don't worry, Issy. You can come to me with your problems. I don't know if it's really about things before. I mean, it is a little. I wanted things to feel better here, but now it just feels worse than ever. I woke up this morning and vomited all over myself. How have you done this for so long? I don't know.
4 months. Ayana's been here for 4 months.
Ayana's been there for 4 months? Fucking Christ.
I believe I remember saying that. Big achievement. Months.
I don't know. I really don't. I hated being at home, but yeah, I didn't expect to feel homesick for that. I just indulge myself in whatever I want to do and enjoy having the money. But you know that this place is miserable. But I want to be here still. I want you to be here. Yeah. I feel like I want to go home, but I don't have anywhere to go back to. Everyone can probably tell that I don't belong here. Don't say that. I'm not talking about the army. I don't wanna enjoy being a soldier. It's this whole ship. I only just realized, you know what I'm reminded of being here? The early learning center. You don't have those here, do you? I don't think we do. But I can take a guess on what it is, yeah. I don't have a family. I don't even know my mother's face, or her voice sounded like anything. I've never lived in the same place for more than a year or 2. I don't even have friends. I wasn't leaving anyone behind coming here. I had people I knew online. I talked to them every day. They lived on this ship. But I couldn't do it anymore. I deleted everything when I left to come here. I couldn't tell them I became a soldier. I don't know. It's all so stupid. I don't have anyone except Fuffy. And now she can't stand to even look at me. You got me, don't you? And online friends are still friends. It sucks to lose though. I did the same thing, you know? I couldn't read my old friends' fucking cosplay blogs anymore. Watching them all have fun made me sick. I don't like holding back on what I left. I don't like looking back on what I left. I think that's pretty understandable. Yeah. I didn't really tell you what Hill spoke to me about. They know I'm not eating and I don't know. It's like there's this huge misunderstanding I can't clear up, but I can't deny all of it either. I do have problems with eating. And I have hurt myself in the past. It's been a while since I really did it, but I don't like getting undressed in front of people, so whenever I'm in changing rooms, I do it in the shower where Susie can't see me. And she thinks, you know, I seem depressed and I'm hiding my skin. People notice that, and people notice that and they think I'm cutting myself or something. And I have a lot of scars, but it's not from that. I just got hurt a lot in space, in my work before I came here, debris impact, things like that. I don't like people seeing it. Yeah, I get that. Zal slowly pulled back her sleeve, revealing a jagged scar running down her arm. This is from work. But if Susie saw it, she'd probably think I did it to myself. So I can't get changed when she's there, and that makes her even more suspicious. But I can't say I'm doing very well, or that she's really wrong. I want to hurt myself all the time. I just don't like being looked at like that. Everyone here thinks I'm hopeless. Zal. Believe me, I know the feeling. I think this is why I don't really get along with Susie. She means well, but I was pretty messed up as a teenager. I said yesterday how I wear long sleeves and all that. I guess that was putting it pretty lightly. When Mom found out what was going on with me, she put me in inpatient for a while. it wasn't like involuntary. I wasn't dragged there, but you know, I didn't really have a choice. The way Susie talks to me kind of reminds me of the staff there. She's a good person, but she can be a little cold in how she shows her concern for people. Honestly, this whole place reminds me of being there, being studied by people. So, I hear what you're saying. I promise. I had no idea you've gone through all that. I don't think it's a thing you can really intuit. It's okay. Or, you know, if people can tell, they won't do anything good with it. I think it is really fucked up to feel like, how do I put it? Being branded as a struggling person, but at the same time wanting the parts that are real to be understood. I had to write an essay on that. How I wanted to hide everything from people at the same time I wanted their attention. Yeah, I don't like being looked at that way. I don't like how I appear to people. Everyone can always tell what I'm thinking and it freaks me out. Everyone knows what's wrong with me. Why I have Fuffy. Why I look so freaked out all the time. But I can't understand anyone else at all, and I don't get to have any secrets. I feel so pathetic in front of everybody. I don't think you're pathetic. I've never thought that. I know how I come across. I am kind of a bitch. But I don't want you to feel like I'm setting you up for being made fun of. I don't know how to stop thinking everyone looks down on me. This might sound a little harsh, but I don't mean it as an insult. I guess I've gotten the sense that you're scared of being judged the way children judge each other. Even if it feels like we're in high school, we're all adults here. People are more understanding than you might think. Like I said, I'm not waiting for you to slip up so I can start bullying you. And I think you're better at understanding people than you think you are, too. Sorry if it's all off the mark. It seemed like giving this sort of pep talk had surprised her, too. No, not at all. You're right. But I don't want to be a person that has to be told something as simple as that. My point is that it's okay if you are. I think it would be a pretty fucking cold world if there was no room for learning that stuff. I don't think I'm exactly a very loving person. I've always been allergic to the idea of being dependent on by somebody. But when I look at you, I think I just want you to feel looked after. And I want you to feel like it's okay to ask for that. I hate feeling clingy or needy or... I wish you would be a lot more clingy is what I'm saying. You can lean on me, I promise that's okay. Yeah, we're adults. We can talk about things if they start feeling screwy or too much or whatever. I don't like seeing you feeling so scared of people. Scared of me. Whenever I give you a hug, you flinch. I don't mean to. I like hugging. I always want to ask for a hug, but when I do, I start freaking out. I know it isn't wrong to think something like that, but it feels like it's really disgusting to ask for. I feel really disgusting thinking it. I'm a grown girl and I know how to set boundaries. So confirmed, Big Sis is literally just Ayane, and I'm literally I'm literally just I had to not turn my head too far to my right so I couldn't see Big Sis in my peripheral because she was like just smiling ear to ear. We've had these sort of conversations before. Waking up every day wondering if you're going to die. Valid! I've had those worries too. And the, like, bridge staring. I don't think you're disgusting. You can hug me whenever you want. Ayane contemplated for a moment. How about this? Ayane got up and walked over to her desk. Zhao watched her scrawl something in a notepad and rip out the page. Ayane sat down beside Zhao again. Here. Zhao took the note. Oh my god, this is great. This is great! This is like the second coming of Lilith. Note to self, take aftercare after stream. Mood! Ayane hugging license, unlimited uses. Zhao read off the word. Oh. Ayane hugging license? Unlimited uses? If you want to steal my identity, that is my real signature. Stick it in your wallet so you don't forget it. Ayane. I'm the best, aren't I? Now come here, you big baby. Ayane sat cross-legged, gesturing for Zhao to come closer. Zhao timidly moved closer to her before Ayane grabbed her under the arms and pulled her in. Is that so scary? I like hugs. I like hugging Zhao. You're like a stuffed toy. Really though, I don't want you to feel scared of me. I don't either. Leaning to Ayane's shoulder. I feel like I can't control my thoughts at all. Neither can I. If it helps to know, this means as much to me as it does to you. I don't like being alone. I think. You know when people get described as like a broken vase that has to be filled over and over? I think I'm like that. Well, that sounds a little cruel, but yeah. I need someone close so I can stay warm. And you are nice and warm. Zhao whined into her shoulder again. Yeah. Whoa, these look like pancakes.
I really need to get an attachment trauma t-shirt.
What is this? What did you put in it? Is this cheese?
It's cheese.
Wow. I love when Big Sis makes me food. This is gonna be way too hot. I'm gonna be I'll let it cool down a little bit. Because I'm pretty sure you just pulled this out of the oven. Zhao whined into her shoulder again. I don't talk like this with anyone. Not even partners. But it's easy to say all that to you. I show mine and you'll show yours, as they say. I don't think that's quite right. It feels pretty apt. I don't like people knowing I've hurt myself, but I told you before I even really realized what I was saying. I just felt like it was okay for you to know that about me. Oh. It's like a cheesy pancake. It just felt like it was okay for you to know that about me. You're a nice girl. And I think being in this place, I guess I just don't see the point in trying to be so cool and distant. I've been thinking this whole time like that. It usually takes me a lot longer to feel like I can get close to somebody. Close in a real way, I mean. But before I was pretty confident in the length of my remaining lifespan. I don't want to talk about it any more than that. But you know what I'm getting at. I haven't had a single good day here until you arrived. So, yeah. I don't want to lose you. I don't want you to feel unloved either. I guess now isn't the time to feel picky with my words. They're so nice to me. Will you stay tonight? Ayane rubbed the back of Zhao's head.
You're so nice to me.
I'm really glad. Oh, I'm really glad. We can stay like this as long as you like. You still feel really tense. So sorry. Things get easier the more you do them. So take your time. I'm not that inexperienced. Oh.
Keeps putting on all my good lines.
It doesn't really sound like those past experiences were very loving. Ouch! I'm speaking from my own experiences too, you know. It took me a long time to learn the difference. Yeah. For a long time, I thought the smell of another person was something that really bothered me. But wasn't really that I was annoyed. It wasn't something I was really annoyed over. You smell like baby powder, by the way. I reek of perfume, I bet. Sums us up both pretty nicely, doesn't it? You're smiling now. I think it's a little early to say we're best friends. But as my only friend, you kinda won that by default. And I like being touched. God damn it, why are you feeding me? I'm streaming! I'm trying to give a good performance, so you're ruining it, big sis!
I'm ruining it so much.
And I like being touched. It's nothing big or complicated for me to give you a hug when you need one. If you want to hold hands, you can just grab them. You can sit in my lap, lay on my shoulder, whatever you want to do. If you need to cry on my shoulder, then cry. I want to have your trust. I just want you to believe it when I say I care about you. Well, maybe. Oh, I don't want to hurt you. As well, maybe the least trustworthy thing a girl could ever hear. But I'm gonna say that anyway. Thanks. I don't want to be an intimidating person. Well, not to someone I like, at least. I mean, I think that's more me than you. I feel scared of people when things come naturally to them that don't for me. The things you said about hating the soldiers around here, I feel the same way, but I can't get angry or speak up, even when I'm listening to you say the same. I don't know why. Even when I know I'll be agreed with. I mean, I can talk about that stuff because I know you feel the same. I could tell just from the look in your face when I first met you. That sort of thing is scary to me too. I don't feel like I can read anyone that way. You don't have to be good with people for them to like you. Small aside, that is one of the truest things and probably the most usable advice this game is given tonight. People will like you even if you don't understand them. Promise. I like plenty of people I don't understand. Or at least don't understand completely.
Bye.
I think you're underselling yourself a bit. I can tell you watch people really closely. It sounds more like you can't trust your readings of people more than not having any insight to begin with. Oh. I never thought of it like that. Wow. Which, you know, there's terminology for that kind of thing. But enough of that, I don't want to play therapist. I know how to talk about this stuff without sounding like one either. It's kind of been making me a little sick this whole time, but I don't really have any words of my own for any of it. I don't like showing that side of myself. I really appreciate the things you said, though. I'm glad. I get caught up in my thoughts a lot. I don't know. You're right that I forget things quickly. I like spending time together, I really do. When I feel scared, all I can think about is how different everyone is from me. And it doesn't feel like I can believe anyone would want me as a friend. It goes without saying, but of course I want to be Zhao's friend. This might sound a little simplistic, but when I was younger, I was scared of the feeling of like not being the right person. It didn't feel possible unless I was a perfect match. But how I feel is, what's nice about being friends with different people is they each come with their own kind of friendship. I don't want just a friend. I want to be friends with you. I want whatever that friendship looks like.
I've literally said that phrase before.
It's a good phrase that I will carry.
She keeps just
saying youisms.
She just keeps saying youism. She keeps like taking things out of my mouth.
Oh, I mean, Zhao's been doing the same thing for me. You're so nice to me.
I know. She just said another one if you didn't notice.
Which one?
Go back a couple of... Go back. Come back.
I get caught in my thoughts a lot. That is one.
It was a little bit further back, I thought. It was just like one of the little things you always say. I'm just like,
I never thought about it like that.
That was it, yeah.
There was also you underestimate yourself a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh. It goes without saying, but of course I want to be Zhao's friend. This might sound a little simplistic. When I was younger, I was scared of the feeling of like not being the right person. It didn't feel possible unless I was a perfect match. But how I feel is, what's nice about being friends with different people is that they each come with their own kind of friendship. I don't want to be just a friend. I want to be friends with you. I want whatever that friendship looks like. Ayane. I know. I probably seem like I'm of a certain type. But I'm getting to play the big sister for you. I'm older than you, though.
I like getting to play the big sister for you.
Oh, sorry. I know it probably seems like I'm of a certain type. Ayane. I know. I probably seem like I'm of a certain type. But I like getting to play the big sister for you. I'm older than you. I have some choice words about that. But I don't like you like that. I feel kind of disturbed by my childishness lately. I think it's nice to hang on to your individuality. Is that what it is?
Zio is a little cutie pie that likes meatballs and stuffed toys.
Ionic cute, squeezing Zhao. But I've never felt like adults that act like children are very different from how I see you. Interrupting Zhao before she could disagree. You know, the kinds of girls that put on perpetual baby voice so they don't have to take responsibility for anything. Or people who always have a list of excuses ready for themselves about how they're underdeveloped and don't know any better. Liking childish things isn't being childish. You've always treated yourself like an adult. That feels a little hard to believe. As I do the baby voice thing. It's different. I can tell you want to be doted on, but you aren't thinking about wanting to be looked after without thinking about what you can give in return. Wow. I think I might start being a little less hard on myself, or I'll try. This is insane. You aren't thinking about wanting to be looked after without thinking about what you would give in return. When you said you wanted to protect me yesterday, it scared me because I knew you really meant it. And I really don't want you doing any dangerous heroics, but I still appreciate hearing it. We'll look out for each other out there, okay? Yeah, we will. Of course we will. Anyway,
Ziyu is an interesting character because she wears pigtails and chain smokes.
I think that was what first made me like you. And I think you've earned the right to ask for a little doting on. And they snuggled her head against Sal. Like I said, you're like a critter. Can I say something stupid? Fire away.
Fire away, critter.
I felt kind of jealous of how you treat Papillion. Well, don't worry about that now. I'll make sure to annoy you just as much. Is there any more of the food? Can you do more?
Yeah, you got that.
Yay, thank you.
Glad you like it.
Yeah. There's a jar of sofrita in the fridge on the door, and it's tipped over so you won't be able to see it poking above the shelf like normal. Can you put a little bit of that on it too? I think it'll go good with the cheese. Are you feeling a little better? I feel a lot better. Not to be blunt about it, but I've got stuff we can eat together. Oh, I actually did eat kind of okay today, but I'll still eat with you. I had lunch with Papillion actually. Aw, you really did miss me. Come on, let's see what I have. Ayane scooted off the bed. Let's see. I got plenty of frozen stuff to heat up, some leftover pizza. I can make you a sandwich. There's always the old reliable noodle cup. I've got all kinds of those. I still don't really know anything about food here. The fridge in my room is empty. How about these? And I took a box from the freezer. I'd say they're pretty easy to eat. Sal leaned over to examine it. It was actually something she recognized. Frozen sausage rolls. These look nice. These look nice. You like them? I hear they're popular in 0G. I haven't ever eaten them actually, but I've always heard they were good. You've been missing out then. I have. Alright, let's find a plate. Ayane examined the messy kitchen. Sorry, no clean dishes. Give me a second. That's okay, take your time. Well, I can't be a baby if I'm eating babies.
Sure you can. There's a baby squared.
Annie laughed at herself. Take a seat while I sort this out. I'm really surprised this is still going. it's not killing me. Oh, sorry. It's not. I thought you meant in the like. I just want it to be over. No, it's it has so many feels. Like literally, it took me. It dashed my face against the fucking stone concrete, and then
It's like an
pulled me
S&M
up.
scene.
Actually, that was a much more concise way of putting it. Thank you. Zal folded her arms on Ayane's table, watching her scrub at a plate. She felt a little bad about Ayane doing any kind of work on her behalf. Though Ayane complained the whole time. Yeah, for real. Sofrito is the stuff they put on Chipotle. Or it's a type of thing that we try to get at Chipotle. We usually get like sofrito tofu. But considering we're pretty much giving up on Chipotle because they're so fucked, I don't think I'll have a hard time acclimating. Ayane complained the whole time. Zal still felt a little envious of how simple it was. Washing up after a meal was a room-wide affair in 0G.
I think I realized why it's so hard to eat.
I think I just realized what's been so hard to eat. Yeah. Have you ever heard of the phrase microgravity food choice stuff? Can't say I have. Is it anything like that theory on lesbian sex? I have a feeling you'd say that. It's a term that comes up in articles and studies sometimes. As far as anyone can tell, it dates back to the era of colony ships. The gist is, living long-term in microgravity, eventually all culture begins to care about with food is simplicity. You can get a nice packaged sandwich, but then you have to pick breadcrumbs out of your hair, off your clothes, etc. And it tastes good, but the next time you see one for sale, you just start to associate it with the discomfort it comes with. The novelty of anything wears off quickly if it comes with discomforts like that. And then it becomes hard to find that kind of food at all, since nobody wants to buy it anymore and the effect spreads. People who go from life in gravity to short-term periods without it will put up with a lot to keep that what's familiar to them. Bunches of people who've been there all their lives, all anyone eats is just cute liquid meals, especially if there isn't a lot of time for eating and cleaning. I guess I'm just sort of thinking. I have sausage rolls at home, but I never ate it. It's like there weren't these things like hamburgers back home either. It just felt like a hassle. And it was expensive. It kind of felt pointless eating an imitation of the real thing stuffed into a wrapper. It just made me kind of sad. And I guess I don't need to explain what a low residual diet means to a pilot. Ugh. Yeah. Ayane grimaced, taking a freshly cleaned plate out of the microwave. Nobody likes to be an annoyance and get food everywhere either. We weren't allowed outside food in the ELC. We got punished a lot for it if something had to be cleaned up. That sucks. It did suck. Ayane put the frozen rolls in the microwave and slapped the door shut. Oh my god, they're just fucking pizza rolls. I can see why it's been so hard for you. Sitting down beside Zal at the table. So this is my favorite comfort snack now. So please remember them. No, it definitely does not hurt. It's easier when I'm with you though. Lunch yesterday was really nice. Ayane slung her arm around Zal's neck and pulled her close and ruffled her hair. And they say flattery gets you nowhere. Zal blushed, patting her hair back down. getting used to this quickly, aren't I? Really though, I guess I thought coming here I'd be free from those habits. But it wasn't as simple as just a change of location. I'll get you used to proper food. I'm not sure what we eat is all that proper, but thanks. Sal smiled back at her.
I guess I didn't think about what to wear as I sat down on my his bed. My PJs need a wash, as I said, pouting.
Diapers. Sorry. Your onesie. My onesie. You're welcome to any of my clothing.
I don't even have any PJs, but my shirts should fit you. Doesn't feel right with that onesie I take it on my side.
It doesn't.
I know you don't like to bare skin, but if you're worried about me seeing your absorbent underwear, I made finger quotes, I already saw them. So? Hey, I'm not judging. I have to wear them for piloting too. And you'll have to be clean.
How did you find out?
You're not exactly careful with your skirt. Sorry. I mean, it was yesterday. You were making it pretty hard not to look.
Sal thought back on yesterday. She was in the bunks with Ayane. Is that like a JoJo face?
Probably.
Fucking Christ. I didn't even notice! I'm such a fucking idiot! How many times have I done that? It's so fucking over. It's over. I'm fucking finished. Oh, okay, I'm bringing it out. There you go. Is it?
Oh no, I thought you were gonna go back.
Did I read it wrong?
No, I thought you skipped that.
Oh no, I think they do that because you're panicking. Yeah, it's like, hey!
Is it really such a big deal? I giggled.
Oh, great voice acting tip if you can actually, if your brain can actually handle it. Instead of saying I giggle, you might want to just giggle.
Fine.
Yes, I'm humiliated!
I would have said something in class, but I had a feeling you'd react like this. You thought the little shorts they gave you were meant to be an alternative skirt, didn't you?
Ayane narrowed her eyes with a smile. Yes.
They go under your skirt?
Well, I know now. I thought they seemed a little thin. My life is over.
Again, is it really such a big deal?
Excuse me. Zal flopped onto Ayane's bed. Yes, it was a big deal! Do you think I'm weird?
Ayane smiled back at her. Of course I think you're weird.
Ayane!
What's wrong with being weird?
I don't want to be weird.
Constantly wagging. Okay, you aren't weird.
I think I'm pretty weird.
So...
I don't know!
Alright. Why do you think you're weird?
I mean, it's a medical thing.
I know, because you go to the bathroom every 30 minutes when we hang out.
I still wet the bed sometimes, so I have to wear them to sleep.
Am I meant to find find it weird you don't want to pee on your sheets. Or mine, for that matter.
I like wearing them too, though.
Oh, I know that because of the pigtails.
Yeah.
But hey, what's wrong with mixing business and pleasure?
Kill me, please!
Hey, I support all perverts.
Isn't a sex thing. It isn't a sex thing.
Fetishism, by definition, has no inherent sexual aspect.
What? I agree with that.
It is shocking how much she is me. Sorry, I didn't mean to make this into some joke, honest. I mean, you have very politely declined to comment on it. But as you can see, I am a sad, titless girl who wears my enormous fake breasts under my military uniform for my own gratification.
Gesturing at herself. God, I need this representation. Both of them, honestly. Fucking Christ. Although, one thing that you do not have in common, you are not titless.
I'm not a sad, titless girl. So, you know, the things I'm saying go for me. I don't care if you're weird. And, you know, I like that you're weird. I really do.
I don't know if I can accept that so soon. So I glanced at Ayane's chest. And I did notice, but it felt a little rude to ask.
My image as a hot bimbo is in tatters.
No, I think you're really cool for that. I mean, I get it.
I know you're trans too if you're trying to come out to me.
Oh.
Sorry, no, I didn't mean it that way. It was the pigtails too, actually.
How's that work?
Because the little girl thing is on purpose.
Ouch.
I'm being a little mean, aren't I? I'm sorry for making you cry before.
No, I cry a lot. At everything. Sorry.
I've noticed. That's okay.
I feel sick thinking about showing my face in class again.
If it helps, I'm probably the only one who saw. We always split off in the group. Also, I think I'm the only one shameless enough to start a sentence with saying I was picking up your skirt.
You said it was on purpose.
Tee-hee.
Zal hit Ayane on the shoulder.
Ow! If anyone sees, just say you got a flight and you're wearing your underclothes now. Some people do that. I mean, we're on standby. You're meant to do that anyway, so.
Oh. Yeah, good thinking. And, I don't wear them all the time. If that makes it less weird.
It doesn't, but okay.
It's mostly when I know I won't be able to use a bathroom for a while or when I sleep. I was getting poked and I missed the phrase. Or when I sleep, though I probably should wear them all the time. It's been getting worse since I got here.
Is that why you're acting right weird at the arcade?
Please stop shooting me!
Sorry, I can't help it. Really though, it sucks to experience that.
But it is weird to like wearing them, right?
You're starting to sound like you want me to believe that.
I've never talked about it with anyone in person before. So I'm kind of freaking out a bit.
I see that. Why not just tell me what you like about it? I can tell you what weird things I like.
I think you have. I think you figured out most of it.
Well, yes.
And you're okay with that?
I mean, I figured you were into something along those lines from the second we met.
That makes sense. Aside from, all that, I guess it's just like wearing things that make me feel safe. I feel the same about wearing spacesuits. Or even just tight clothing. I like wearing seatbelts, or even when I don't have to. They make me feel safe from, well, humiliating myself.
And what am I meant to find weird about that?
What about finding them cute, or buying ones with cute patterns on them? Which are more or less made for fetishes.
It's subjective, so that isn't weird either. And I already said I support perverts.
Yeah.
It's not my thing, but I can't deny those macaron pattern ones you wear are pretty cute.
You saw those!
You're so cute that it really does make me want to bully you. You're wearing them now, aren't you?
Kill me now!
No, you have to live. Sorry. Alright, I'll have mercy.
Thanks.
Really though, I don't want you to think it's something I'm weirded out by. Zhao, it's just Zhao. Besides, I knew the whole time yesterday.
You did, Zhao said with a hint of pain in her voice.
I don't actually want you to pee on my floor or anything either.
Yeah. It's been kind of bad today.
Poor thing.
This is embarrassing.
If it helps, every pilot in this whole base ends up pissing themselves when they're on their Dragoon. Me included.
That kind of does help.
When we get changed for our flights, you'll get to see me wearing a diaper too, you know.
Yeah, it will.
You little...
I'm pure and normal.
You know, these two things aren't quite connected, but when I think about having what feels like an abnormal body, I don't think the only relationship I should be allowed to have with it is shame and misery. I don't think it's shameful for me to wear big breasts. I like looking how I want to look. So, for you, isn't it kind of nice to be able to say you think they're cute? I think that's better than being ashamed of it. Or, even if you said you only wear them because you think they're cute, it's not like I'd be in a position to make fun of that. What? Am I breaking character too much? I'm not actually an idiot. And I didn't transition without thinking about these kind of things. Besides, it kind of changes your whole worldview when you find out how many businessmen walk around wearing cock cages. She's just me.
That aside, you can be really cool sometimes, Ayane.
It's like clearly I need to start chain smoking.
Please don't start chain smoking. I will still love you, but fucking Christ. We could do some hookah together.
True.
It's Zhao's Hill leaning on Ayane's shoulder. Thanks for not thinking I'm weird.
But this is just you.
Shut up!
This is literally what you do.
No! My headphones. Or your headphones. Ugh.
My point was more, you are weird, but that's okay.
I don't wanna be weird.
Well, you are gay and transgender, so that's already out of the window as far as normies are concerned.
Fine.
Anyway, let's find you a shirt.
God, this conversation is everything I wish for and more.
Right?
Okay, so one thing I wanted to point out, especially for folks who may be a little bit more familiar than someone coming in completely blind. So the developer actually has a folder where you can, that's very organized, and you can look through all the character models and all the backgrounds. And I mention this because I'm pretty sure we're about to see Zhao in a shirt and diaper, because there is already a sprite for that in the game. But
I can't believe you went through it already.
also, I found it very interesting that the like a pseudo naked sprite for Zhao is also there, full of scars. She looks like fucking
damn.
Vash the Stampede. It's
Damn.
beautiful. I love it. I wish I could show it to you.
I mean, that's when you go to like the tattoo artist and get them like highlighted and like turned into like a constellation or something.
That'd be interesting.
Like own that shit.
Oh, for real. And she has even like some stitches around her arm that made it seem like maybe she almost lost it or something. Like,
I mean, she did.
yeah.
That's the opening of the story. That's chapter 1. Because like when
she got like a piece stuck in her arm.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about it's like going around the arm.
Yeah, I thought
As if
I
it
literally
was,
the first time I read it, I literally thought she lost her arm.
That would be a sick way of starting the story.
Yeah. Like I thought she like lost her arm and then like regrew it, and I had to like go back and reread it.
I see.
Yeah.
What else was I gonna say? Oh, I was also gonna say, even though there is a pseudo naked sprite for Ayane, there is not a sprite of her in a diaper or undies, nor is there a sprite of her in her spacesuit, which leads me to believe that either she won't be meaningfully getting into a mech on screen this season, or it'll be literally at the very end of chapter 4 that hasn't been released yet. I mean, Ayane like literally said while we've been in her room something about her not liking her suit. Or no, it wasn't in this room. I'm mixing up from chapter 3 because I rewatched part of Fantasia's VOD for chapter 3, so they're kind of mixing in my head. Well, let me shower first. Everything's fine. I just lost the last shred of my dignity I believed I had.
Zio is broken.
You have to be nice to me. I'll cry again if you don't.
Fine. Zhao is very adorable right now.
It just sounds evil when you say it. Whatever. I already bared my ugly little soul to you. I can't get any more embarrassed than I already am.
Zhao's soul is cute and nice. That top suits you a lot more than it does me.
Where did you even buy this?
I don't know. I just buy things because they look funny sometimes.
Right?
Puppy.
I gotta change for a bed, but I don't think I'll be able to sleep.
You wanna smoke and just hang out then? It was what I invited you over for anyway.
Yeah! I need a cigarette right now. Zhao rummaged through her uniform short pockets, searching for a thin pack of pink cigarettes. She'd already seen Ayane smoking here before, but a warning from one of the orientation handbooks came to mind. Are you sure we should smoke in here?
I took out the smoke detector. It's fine.
You can't just do that.
You literally can. It's okay.
You really can't.
Anyway, you with a cigarette right now is certainly...
Shut up. Still, I was pretty much expecting you to say you never wanted to speak to me again. So I'll take the teasing.
You tend to feel doomed pretty often.
I'm working on it.
Speaking of, we got sidetracked before, but should I be worried about you throwing up this morning?
Hey. Do you get nightmares after you pilot?
I mean, sure, every time, but I don't know if that's what you mean.
I felt like 1 minute I was in the cockpit and the next I was in a nightmare. And then I woke up in bed. And then I got sick. I remember all the stuff in between, but Paladin makes me feel completely fucking crazy.
That would probably be contamination.
Right, you said that the other day. I forgot. That's why Susie always asks how my head's feeling. Is it bad? I don't even know what that means.
Probably not.
Probably?
You aren't dying or anything. It's just one of those things where they don't talk about it because it scares off recruits. Especially since it mostly affects the talented ones. Short-term memory loss, depersonalization, insomnia, etc. I only know about it because I looked through Susie's desk.
How is any of that meant to comfort me?
Because high scorers don't get permanent damage. That's what makes you a high scorer. If I had the dial turned up to your level, I'd end up a vegetable. I get headaches because I can't take it, and I don't bounce back quickly.
Oh, I'm sorry. What were you looking through Susie's desk for?
Because I wanted to see. I'm at a curious age. You would be amused to know what I found was a colorful little pamphlet about it for senior officers. It's even got little comics in it. Susie will probably show it to you if you tell her you've been having trouble with your memory.
Did it say anything about it getting better over time?
I don't remember.
I want the reliable honey back. Comfort me.
There, you aren't dying. Sweetie pie, honey baby.
Okay.
Dialing sucks for everyone. Seema hides it pretty well, but I can tell it gets to her. Susie too, honestly.
Honestly, I don't know if it's the Dragoon or just me.
Yeah?
I already had all these symptoms you listed off well before I ever got in the cockpit. I've always had terrible nightmares. Horrible, really. They're probably why I still wet the bed.
So?
I know, I'm just... She's now raised her arm, examining the jagged line crisscrossing over her flesh. I can't really hide being a wounded person, can I? It feels like that inside and out.
You really are prone to feeling doomed. Is it such a bad thing to have scars? I don't know if it's what you want to hear, but seeing these only makes me like you more.
I don't get that.
When I talk about how I was as a teen, does it make you feel distant or closer?
Yeah, I can... Yeah, I see what you mean.
Besides, having scars is metal.
I don't think I want to be metal.
Meanwhile, if you remember looking at Zhao's bio, her aspect is cute and her type is metal. Sorry, Zhao. It's baked in. Yeah, you want to be cute. But contrast in a dish brings out the flavor. Like how you smoke those cigarettes of yours.
I don't know if I'm flattered by being compared to food.
Didn't I say you were bite-sized when we met? You've always been food to me.
Yeah.
Your shoulders are really stiff.
Her arms were wrapped around Zhao from behind as they lay together. Like I said, I'm not used to this.
Don't tell me it's your first spoon.
It's not a virgin, you know.
Ooh la la.
I always dreamed of getting to have a friend like you.
Well, I'm here now. Flesh.
I don't think my dream was anything like you, though. I don't think I ever imagined I'd get to meet someone as nice as you either.
I'm not all that nice.
Yes, you are. I can tell you're really trying to cheer me up. You still are.
Well, you did really work.
I think being able to worry for people makes you nice. Plenty of people just don't worry.
I guess I can't argue with that.
I'm sorry in advance if I pee in your bed. dreamed about someone that really hurt me this morning. I don't want to throw up again.
I'll forgive you for whatever bodily fluids of yours end up on my bed.
I'll try not to.
Wasn't that boyfriend?
Foster father.
I'm really sorry. You usually sleep with nothing.
Yeah.
Is there hard about it? Don't take this as pity, but stay with me.
Are you sure?
Or maybe you might want to get back to crazy, but it's not safe.
Yeah.
You're really scared.
I'm sorry.
I'll forgive you if you just talk to me the next time you feel like that.
Okay. Can we stay like this for a while?
Of course. We can do something fun tomorrow, too. You should spend some time with base.
Yeah.
Susie will understand. I took you out to cheer you up. She's weak to having her heartstrings pulled.
Right.
I told you, I'm evil.
Can I have that teddy bear again before you fall asleep?
Sure. You know, I had a girlfriend that was like that. She couldn't sleep without a teddy bear.
Is this how you learn how to bully me?
She didn't really have the self-awareness to be like you. Her power level was too weak to be a little baby.
I think mine is too, though. As much as I like the idea, I'm not sure I could ever really, like, do roleplay. I don't really understand age regression either.
That's gonna surprise me.
I feel like a child when I have flashbacks. I don't like it at all. I don't really understand being able to will yourself in any kind of state of mind, or feel naturally in touch with an inner child or whatever.
Never knew it was so philosophical.
I guess it kind of is. But, you know, I like the idea of being teased as a kid, obviously. Treated as a kid, obviously. Freudian slip. But yeah, like, you know those couples where they're just a 24/7 roleplay thing where a person gets looked after all day?
Yeah. I've seen the TV specials. And I use the internet.
But yeah, I think if I ever tried it in real life, it would ruin it. I think I'd start freaking out from how ashamed I felt like that. I don't think I could really feel present or enjoy it at all. But I still feel jealous of girls in those type of relationships.
I think it's kind of normal to feel jealous of people who can act completely uninhibited.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Sadly, neither of us get to be adopted by the centaur sugar mommy or the regular style mommy of our dreams.
Back to centaurs now, is it?
I am a simple woman.
If I have a dream about centaurs, it's your fault.
If you have a dream about them and I don't, I will resent your life. You have to save them.
Sure. We never ended up watching any cartoons, did we?
I think talking was more important than
Yeah.
that. We'll watch it next time. Also stuff we've done.
I guess we're dreaming of centaurs now.
Surprised to see.
Well, I have to save the centaur, I'm sorry. Alright, now we can continue. Fucking Christ.
Well, unfortunately, that's the end of Coquette Dragoon's early access. I'll see you when the game is finished. Look forward to my introduction.
That IS.
How coquettish.
Damn, that was so good. And I still didn't see the fucking duchy, but I guess that's kind of payback for episode 2 being not duchy at all. Or sorry, of being full duchy and nothing else, basically.
Yeah, did you see how I was screaming?
Yeah. I was actually worried for a while because you were like, oh, it made me cry and I had all these emotions. I'm like, it made Snack have emotions like that? She identified with the thing? And my brain went immediately, well, she identified with it, then obviously I won't. And then that'll drive a wedge between us.
Yeah, I'm just ionic, except that also how that is how
I think it's interesting that a lot of people think of it as like willing it, though I used to think that way. I don't know, it's complicated and very nuanced and definitely philosophical. So that was about 5 hours, though the first 50 or so minutes was sort of a talking about it and recap and me gushing about how important it is. And honestly, I hope that the dev doesn't finish until next year. Not gonna lie.
chapters 3 and 4 are both in. I've like really fucking
Yeah. I mean, it feels like a game, like it has this like, its pace is suggesting that like it's gonna be crazy lengthwise, because like a lot has happened, but in a very like emotional way. But we haven't had like what I'm really searching for is a turning point, like something that changes the status quo for the characters, you know. That was great. 100% ugly cry, but I feel like I processed some deep-seated trauma. Awesome. Glad to help. And then I got to see some gay furries.
I like that how they like hit like 4 separate like seated traumas that people have like very publicly.
Yeah.
That was all one day that's out.
That was all one day. Oh yeah.
Just like went through like 4 different crazy things. But then she got a really nice reward. She's actually sleeping with her girlfriend in bed.
Oh, she had a uniform too, though. God, I wish I could see her in a spacesuit. I guess that's fair. Oh, I definitely want to. Well, I want to draw her pissing herself. Though I have some thoughts and scenarios. Again, thank you, Dev, for making it so easy to draw your characters, because easy reference. I don't have to fucking screenshot a bunch of stuff and then just cut around it to make transparent. It's like, oh my god.
Just choose an outfit and the outfits
Oh no, I mean the sprites for all this stuff is literally in the files, and it's made in a way where it's made for ease. Like the developer wanted people to be allowed to access it. Although the spacesuits for the duchy, I have come to adore. At first, I was so basically once it set in my head, it's like, oh shit, I'm a magic user. So if I lived in the world of Dragoon, I would generally be a member of the duchy. And I was like, okay, then I have to, because I wanted to make a spacesuit like Zao, but then I was like, if I want it to be as close as I can to the duchy's actual outfits, then I should style like those, and I use those as references. And I was just like, damn, rubber's hot, huh? I don't know, it's something, I don't know, maybe it's just that, like, at first, we didn't really think about it. I was like, oh, those are some cool spacesuits. And, you know, it's been some years of, like, coming back to it and then just staring at them for so long and looking at the light refracting on them and being like, oh, that's These suits are squeaking, aren't they? It didn't hit me. It didn't hit me. Also, I really want Belle to be a pilot. I know that she probably won't, but that would be fucking cool. Okay, I'm gonna stop stream so we can go to fucking bed. Was there, do you want to say something? Oh god, that is definitely a thing we want to do. Also, it was very cool to see how it's laid out, and it actually was good as an artist for us to see, because the sprites they're there are actually like they're base sprites with no faces, and all the expressions that you see from characters are different face and ear swaps. For ease of adjusting like emotions and stuff, and I'm just like, damn, that's a really useful way to break up like your character sprites. And I mean, it's not groundbreaking at all, but to actually see it was something really cool. Yeah, exactly, and that was really useful for us since we want to make it into several. Alright. In case anyone wants to know my whole I gave it a little tail thingy, because I thought, especially since I'm a plant and I need photosynthesis, and most of my body is covered, it made sense to have something that was translucent enough for light to pass through on my tail at least. So that was my thought. But yeah, my brain was, well, I would probably exist within a duchy, so I made a duchy suit. And damn, am I happy about it. You're part of the Lilac fleet? Well, I mean, it's, I guess I'll be drawing you 3 times. Alright, thanks for streaming. You go and get some rest and aftercare. I'll do the same. You're welcome. Thank you everybody who is here, and everybody who is not here. Have a great night, and tell someone you care about that you care about them, and / or check in on a friend you haven't seen in a while. Sometimes we just have problems. Sometimes as people we just have problems reaching out, even though people want to see you or hear you or have connection. And sometimes it's hard to remember. But I hope tonight at least your life will be filled with happiness and sadness.